Tension in the pits. If you were in the staging lanes and happened to lose a Moroso tire gauge, well, I've got it, my hands up here in the tower. You can come on up and get it. All right, here we go. What officially is day 2 of Doorwarz 14, but actually day 1. First pair out, Dan Piskacek out of Burnaby in his 88 Mustang. He's going to be taking on, I believe it's his son, Brendan. Next pair up, Jamie Wellwood out of Maple Ridge in his 32 Bantam Alford. He's going to be taking on Jessica Armstrong out of Chilliwack in her 75 Dodge. Jessica away first. And just a heads up for everybody, Doorwarz, we are running 8th mile for pretty much everything except, I believe, Top Fuel Harley and Door Slammer and Real Street. Next pair up, we got Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge in his 89 Mustang, LS powered. Sorry, don't have the information on the driver in the right-hand lane. Looks to be about a 64 Chevy 2. Both drivers being a little bit antsy on the starting line. Bobby running through with a 647, 104 miles an hour. And our spectator lane went through 568 at 123. Next pair up, Veronica Hodgson out of Mission. We're going to run through with a 746 against the 741, 92 miles an hour. Spectator side. Next pair up, John Tebek. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. We're going to take box, please. Electronics or box down to, we'll go 1, 2, 3, and 4. John Tebek out of Maple Ridge taking on Nick Barnhart. John with a good light. Ahead. Running a 654, 103 miles an hour against Nick 690. Out of Maple Ridge. Little nice light. Gonna run through with a 765. Tower side runs a 616 and 110. Kevin McCauley taking on Jim Stahl. Kevin's in the tower side TCS lane. Kevin out of Maple Ridge. Jim out of Tulalip in his 2000 Mustang. Wheels up launch for Jim. Gonna run through a 680 at 99 miles an hour versus Kevin's 746 at 92 miles an hour. Next pair up, Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack in his 64 Falcon. He's going to be taking on Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo in his 84 S10. Both of them with wheels up launches. Dustin Hunter going trip zip with the 2, but on the wrong side. He's going to run through 578 at 121 miles an hour. Jeff Whitford going through 599 at 115. Next pair up is going to have Darren Martin out of New West taking on, well, I know it's not Brad Powell because Brad's standing out there. He's probably got his daughter in the car. Out of Linden, Washington. spectator side. Gonna run through at a 7:02 at 98 miles an hour. And Tower Lane runs through 1075 at 64 miles an hour. Next pair up is going to have Chris Stone taking on Mal Patterson. Chris out of Mission, Mal out of Maple Ridge. Chris running his 68 Dodge Dart, 440 in it. Mal running his 68 Acadian. Both of these should be pretty wheels up on their launches. Both drivers pre-staged. Both all the way in. Two pretty good lights. Chris Stone with a 640 at 105. Mal Patterson running a 727 at 92 miles an hour. Sylvia Hodgkins out of Maple Ridge, Tower Side. She's going to take on Matt Warner out of Sumas, Washington. Matt with his beautiful 66 Burt. This thing really likes to yank the front wheels. Matt Warner running through with a 658 at 101 miles an hour. Sylvia runs 757 at 90 miles an hour. That's going to bring to the line our last pair of no box here for round one qualifying. We got Rob Hodgson out of Mission, driving his 67 Belvedere, taking on Lorenz Schwartz out of Langley. Lorenz driving his 83 Monte Carlo. Both drivers fully in. Both lights pretty good. Going through the 8th mile, it's going to be Lorenz getting there first, a 648 at 105 miles an hour. Rob running a 669 at 101. And that, I believe, is going to be the end of round one qualifying for the non-electronic class. Moving into electronics. Colton Morin, Tower Side, taking on... Sorry, I'm just waiting on my driver information. Spectator side. Colton going to be running through ahead, 484 at 142 miles an hour. Ted running a 568 at 118. Here's a bit of a flashback into the late 70s, early 80s. We're going to run a Pinto and a Monza. Rutherford out of Grand Prairie, Alberta. He's going to cross first with a 6 flat at 113 miles an hour. Tower side running a 667 at 104. Next. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Triple index. We're going to put you on standby. Triple index, you are on standby. Next pair up, Jeremy Soares taking on Greg Dowdy. Jeremy tower side here. Greg on the spectator side of the track, the Lord Colane. Both drivers pre-staged and now fully staged. Two pretty good lights. Jeremy ahead at the 60. Jeremy runs through with a 465 at 147 versus Greg's 510 at 133. Tammy Peugeot out of Abbotsford, BC, going to take on Jeff Alder from Shawnigan Lake, making the trip over. We got a 26 Race Tech Dragster taking on the 27 Ford of Jeff Alder. Tammy with a great light. She's going to get there first. Runs a 453 at 151 versus Jeff 650 at 102 miles an hour. Next pair up, Kevin McNichol out of Mission is going to take on Matt Marshall out of Hazelton. Kevin sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Matt Marshall's gonna thank West Fraser Concrete, Terrace Ready Mix, Napa, Houston. Both drivers away. Matt a little early. 009 red. Kevin's gonna get there first, a 624 at 109. Next pair up, Brad Vingiana Langley is going to take on Emma Debris. Another dragster on door car match. Brad normally liking to run that car in Super Street, but today he's going to run electronics. Both sides in. Emma's away a little early, going 14 red. She's going to run through with a 541 at 127 miles an hour. Brad going through with a 657, just over 116 miles an hour. Jim Benke out of Mission in the TCS lane is going to take on Gord Hidberg out of Prince Rupert with a 63 Chevy 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Index. This is your call to the lanes, please. Super Index, come on down. Standby top comp. Standby top comp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index. This is your call to the lanes. Triple index, head on down. Top comp, you guys are on standby. Fedic out of, I believe it's Langley, taking on Dustin Hunter. Dustin doing double duty, running box and no box. And he's going to run a 573 at 121. Shea runs a 562 with a 120 miles an hour. Craig Johnson out of Langley, BC, here in the TCS Tower Side lane. Take on the Camaro on the far side. Craig sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust and BC Scale. Another wheels up launch. Spectator side a little bit early. Craig running through the 656 at 101 miles an hour. And the Camaro going to run 643 at 103. Derek Shirt out of Langley in his new to him Z28. Taking on another one of the Rad Torque sponsored dragsters. Looks like we got a baby blower comp. Both drivers in. Derek leaving with a great light. The dragster's gonna get around. Dragster's gonna go 426 at 165 miles an hour. Derek running 671 at 100 miles an hour. That's gonna bring Jason Gibson to the line. Jason out of Surrey running his 91 Mustang. Love the color on this car. Jason a little early off the light, going 18 red, but it's going to run the other end of 612 at 112 miles an hour. Brody Soares out of Terrace in his 03 Cavalier is going to take on Mike Stewart, better known as Bucky, in his 67 Chevy 2. Both drivers pre-stage. Bucky in first. Brody Soares goes 009 red. Gonna run a 497 at 140. Bucky running through a 638 at 107. And that is the last pair of electronics. That's gonna have us moving into super. That's going to bring us into triple index now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, we're going to call you down to the lanes 3 and 4. Top comp, come on down lanes 3 and 4, and we'll use 5 and 6 as overflow if we need them. Again, top comp, this is your call to the lanes. As we move into triple index, this class we're going to run either a 550, a 650, or a 750 as your dial in. Tyler Smith out of Abbotsford, he's going to be running the 750 dial. He's going to take on Jan Christensen out of Langley. Jan running on the 550 index. Gonna be head 60-foot. Jan's gonna run through 565, 123 miles an hour. Tyler running a 759 at 86. Both of them got to tighten up a little bit on the index. Now we've got Joel Smith out of Abbotsford running his 71 Pontiac. He's gonna take on Sean Langley out of Linden. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Promod and West Coast Door Slammers. We're going to put you guys on a 15-minute hold. Sorry, we're just putting you on standby. My apologies. Promod and West Coast Door Slammers, you guys are on standby. Last pair up, Andy Klosky running through with a 656 at 82 miles an hour. Ryan Ledre running a 766 on that 750 index. Last triple index car pulling in the lights, going to be Reese Picarello. Running his 55 Chevy. Nice wheels up launch. Looking for 650 at the other end. He's pretty close. 647, just a little too quick. 103 miles an hour. And that was our last car in our triple index, which is going to now have us move into top comp. Just out doing a little drag, a little track prep. Make sure the surface is as good as it could be for these guys. Running top comp. Well, I'd like to thank everybody out in the stands for coming out here to Doorwarz 14, brought to you by Big Steel Box. Yesterday it was a bit of a wash. Well, not a bit of a washout. It was a washout. So that's going to make today a little bit of a tighter schedule for us. But you guys are going to be in for an awesome day of racing. Tractor just finishing up with a little last minute touch up. And we're going to be right into top comp any moment. All right, first pair of top comp, finishing up their burnouts. TCS, Tower side, we're going to have Poe Freeborn out of Courtney, BC. Running a brand new to him dragster. Taking on Jay Siverson out of Mission. Jay running his Dakota this weekend. Both drivers hit. Pole leaving a little early. Got to get there first. A 429 at 160 miles an hour. Jay running 490 at 140. Next pair up is going to give us another dragster door car matchup. Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington, running his 92 Firebird. He's going to take on Logan Bell out of Courtney. Logan in his 2018 American Dragster with a 632 cubic inch rare Morrison motor in it. Both drivers pre-stage. Logan a little early. 005 red. He's going to run through the 448 at 154 miles an hour. Mike running a 528, 131 miles an hour. Next pair up, we're going to have a pair of dragsters. Emma Debris out of Shawnigan Lake. She's going to take on Dan Rodriguez out of Chilliwack. Emma carrying the sponsorship of BD Lift Truck, Shawnigan Trucking, and Competition Tree Services. Dan in first. Dan a little bit early, 008 red. Gonna run through 454 to 151 miles an hour. Emma runs a 535 at 126 miles an hour. Next pair up, Jeevan Brar out of Surrey. Making a move from the Camaro that Derek Shirk's running, now into a dragster. He's going to take on James Rutherford in his reworked 49 Ford. Loving the new combo. James making the drive down from Wembley, Alberta. Both drivers in. Both the way clean. Jeevan's going to get there first with a 501, 136 miles an hour. James got there first, running a 5 flat at 138 miles an hour. Just a little tardy on the tree. Got a pair of youngsters coming up here. Lincoln Shirk out of Langley. He's going to take on Colt Morin. Both these drivers, I believe, are under 19 years. I think under 18 years old, maybe even. Lincoln away clean. Gonna run a 483 at 141. It's like Colton having a few issues on the line. Running it out the back door. Next pair up is going to be his Greg Dowdy. He's going to be taking on Brad Powell. Greg out of Abbotsford, Brad out of Linden, Washington. Greg, the first to light the top bulb. Both drivers in. Rod leaving a little early, 13 red. Great light by Greg, 006. Greg's going to run a 506 at 133. Brad running a 464 at 148. Derek Shirk, TCS Tower Side, running his 22 Mullis dragster out of Langley, British Columbia. Going to take on Aaron Young out of Chetwynd. Derek working through some pretty big changes on his dragster. Great light by Derek, 001. He's going to get there first with 436 at 159. Aaron running a 497 at 139. Jeremy Source out of Terrace in the TCS Tower Lane. Sorry, don't have the information on the dragster in the Lordco Spectator Lane. Glenn Monahan, actually, as I'm told, out of Summerland in the Lordco Lane. Both drivers pre-staged. Well, one move. Jeremy with a great light, a 35 light, gonna run a 465 at 148. Gonna wait and see. Yeah, well, that one's gonna be a throwaway pass for him. Runs through an 839 at 47 miles an hour. Run into some difficulties up on the starting line, it looks like. And our last car in top comp is going to be Paul Soares out of Terrace. Paul running his beautiful 55 Chevy. Love the chop on the front of the roof. I believe this is a brand new car this year for Paul. Paul in both lights. Nice light at 006. Runs through a 479 at 147. And that's going to bring the end of round one of qualifying for top comp. We're just going to take a few minutes here and do some track prep ahead of Pro Mod. So take this chance if you guys get. Head on down to the half track snack shack. That's a mouthful this time of the morning. While you're there, feel free to stop at the Pro Shop. Lots of event t-shirts and hoodies for sale in there. I'm going to hand you back over to a familiar voice. Welcome back, John.
Well, thanks, Pat. Just wanted to say you're doing a great job here this morning. So I almost single entered, but I just couldn't do it, so jumped in and joined a second class. So a little bit of track prep underway. So a little bit of track prep underway as we prepare to roll in to round number 1 of qualifying for Pro Mods. So as mentioned, Pro Mod about to get their call to the staging lanes for round 1 of qualifying. That'll be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Please be ready to go. Following Pro Mod will be the Canada West Door Slammers. Associated Tire, the naming rights sponsor for the Canada West Door Slammers in 2026. Following Door Slammers, we're going to spray a little extra glue for the radial cars. We will then roll into base-sponsored Outlaw 275. Building Automated Systems, bringing us the Outlaw 275 class here at Doorwarz 14. That'll be followed by Rocco's Diner, Real Street. Or, excuse me, Rocco's Diner, Limited Street. Followed by Monroe Family, Real Street. That'll bring us to the end of the first rotation. So as Pat mentioned, the Half Track Snack Shack is open for business. They've got breakfast on for you. They're just waiting for you. Lots of great deals at the Pro Shop. So make sure you go check out the Pro Shop. Doorwarz 14 t-shirts and hoodies. Available at the Pro Shop. Lots of great deals, lots of cool stuff. Go check it out. So we are going to go ahead and make the call for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Pro Mods to the lanes, please. We'll put you in lanes 5 and 6. So once again, we're making the call now for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. And while it's nice and quiet, we'll go ahead and make another call for lost and found items. So we've had a tire pressure gauge turned into us here in the tower. Apparently it was found in the tech lanes this morning. So I would assume anyone that has run already today has probably already used their tire gauge. If they were missing it, they would have realized that. So if you haven't run yet today, and it's possible you had the tire gauge out of the car in the staging lanes, go have a look. Make sure you still got it. If you don't have it, chances are pretty good we've got it up here in the tower. go. Round one of qualifying. Pro Mod. Burnouts are done. Cars are backed up. It's a couple of Corvettes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down. Door Slammers to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to lanes 5 and 6. So a couple of Corvettes. Eric Halverson out of Chehalis, Washington. Tower side of the racetrack. Jake Casillas in the right lane out of Surrey, BC, in the blue car. Couple of blown Hemis. How about side-by-side 3-second passes to open up qualifying at Doorwarz 14? I like it. Halverson with a very, very strong 371, 201 mile an hour pass in the left lane. 0.927 to the 60 foot. And there lies the story. So 201 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Puts a 371 up there on the reader board. What a great way to start. Jake Casillas also running in the 3-second zone, a 399 at 185 miles an hour. So great opening pair here in round one of qualifying at Doorwarz 14. So Doorwarz 14 brought to us by Big Steel Box. Right here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway. So next pair getting themselves backed up to the starting line after the burnouts. So Dale Peterson in the right-hand lane. Gorgeous 69 Corvette, or Camaro rather, out of Dawson Creek, BC. It's going to line up beside Rick Barnhart. Barnhart tower side in the gold-colored 71 Mach 1 out of High River, Alberta. Both drivers making their way towards the beams. Peterson pre-stages. Barnhart lights the top bulb. And we'll build a little boost. Peterson drives through some wicked tire shake over there in the right-hand lane to go 412 at just 167. Barnhart with the better number, 408 at 186. So there we go, two more down the track. And we go back to Corvettes. Now here's somebody we haven't seen at Mission Raceway in quite some time. Mike Gonziola coming up left side of the racetrack. And Nick Duda over there in the right-hand lane. So Mike Gonziola out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan in the 2017 Corvette UC in the left-hand lane. Big cubic inch nitrous combination. So the crew at the back just tweaking the wheelie bar height. The purging has already taken place. Both cars pre-stage. Gonziola will roll in and wait for Nick to build some boost before he dumps it in as well. So again, tire shake over in the right-hand lane. Gonziola goes 391. Duda goes 397. So there's 4 cars in the 3-second zone so far. Nicely done. Nick Duda, 195 miles an hour with the little small block. Just 393 cubic inches. Gonziola with the nitrous combo, I'm sure has more than double that.
Copy, I'm going to have a left lane single coming your way.
So it looks like we've got 7 cars showing up here in queue number 1. Here comes Scott Blake. Another nitrous assisted combination. Scott Blake out of Red Deer, Alberta. So Blake backing up after the burnout. So during Thursday's test session, I was not able to be present, but I was kind of keeping an eye on things online. If I recall correctly, Scott Blake went 374 on a test pass. So Scott Blake gets out of it early. Very, very strong to the 60-foot mark, 0.929. So he was behind the post up here in the tower. So I didn't see what was going on. I would guess started going into tire shake and decided, nah, I don't want any of that. So he'll go on the sheet with a 561. But we will see him back up here a little bit later for qualifying round number 2. So that's going to put Q1 in the books for Pro Mod. Here comes Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Pair number 1. Canada West Door Slammers. First round of time trials. Big Barry over there in the right-hand lane. James Kennedy in the white Pontiac. So Cam Shantz, left side. Gave up on the run very early. Did not like the looks of that. Car wanting to make a right-hand turn initially. James Kennedy goes 717, 199 miles an hour. So it does look like Cam's going to make it to the turnoff under his own power. Safety just having a little look at the racing surface. And we're good to go. So that was Shane Ledger along with Paul Debris Jr. A couple of 8-second rides. Debris in the Valiant, Ledger in the Nova. Paul Debris Jr. going 8:48. Shane Ledger going 8:53. Andy Hatton, tower side. The green 69 Camaro that he likes to call the Grinch. Gonna line up beside the champ, Mike Bedsworth. Bedsworth, a little too ready to go. Turns it red by 14 thou. Then goes 709. Andy Hatton with an 828. And an 029 green light. Mike Kenworthy out there all by himself in the right lane goes 015 to start things off, then 825 through the top end, doing 164 miles an hour. Wants to thank Illusion Motorsport along with Speed Mart. Here comes Chad Hops along with Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson in the right lane. Chad Hops clearly in the left. Hops behind the wheel, the 82 S10. Robinson well ahead of the finish line, 7:69. Chad Hops, some kind of an issue just leaving the line. Might have blown the tires off, but I don't think so. Winds up with an 8:86, not good enough. Now Otto Schulte and Kerry Young. So Otto Schulte and Kerry Young. Schulte with a nice solid 7:49 at 181. He was 0:10 on the starting line. Kerry Young also solid on the starting line, 0:26, then 8:36. Now Craig Fredrickson along with Roger Winter. Fredrickson, tower side. In the green and black Super Sport Nova. Fredrickson out at Duncan. Roger Winter in the 41 Willys. Fredrickson with a nice lap, 7:11, 192 miles an hour. Winter with issues early in the run. So they'll get another chance coming up here in a little bit. It's going to bring up Dale Phillips and Paul Stretch. Poe Freeborn and Jay Severston coming up now. Severston, right-hand lane behind the wheel of Black Betty for JS Power Sports. Poe Freeborn, tower side. For Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating. 1967 Shelby Mustang. go, just 0.03 of a second too early. Then goes 7:13. Jay Severston follows him through with a 7:71. Henry Zacharias, tower side. Steve Lowe in the right lane. Steve Lowe behind the wheel of his 92 Firebird. Zacharias driving his 53 Corvette. So Zacharias leaves before he was recognized by the computer, therefore no numbers. Steve Lowe with issues gets off the gas and coasts through. That'll set up Rod LeClaire and Chris Stone, making his door slammers debut in his new car. Now, Rod LeClaire, Chris Stone. Stone in the right-hand lane. 2005 Dodge Stratus. This car started out life as a Pro Mod. Just to be really clear, this is a Mopar-powered Mopar. Chris Stone wouldn't have it any other way. Rod LeClaire, 025 up front, 669.201. So it is quicker than Rod LeClaire thought, because he told me this morning he'd go no quicker than 71. He just went 69. That's a personal best for 2026 at least. So Rod LeClaire is going to be the quickest car in the field so far. Chris Stone with an 868 just fits inside of the 870 index. right, looks like final pair in round one of time trials for Canada West Door Slammers, Jan Christensen and Darren Buick. Buick gets there first, 8:18 in the right-hand lane. Jan Christensen with an 8:50. So we're going to send a couple of bikes down the track. First up, Gary Christopher. So I am quite sure that by now everybody has heard the news from Thursday. Austin Christopher sets a new world record. Now that's kind of really not even anything new, but what was really special is they went 5:99. The first non-nitro powered bike ever to go in the fives. How about 687, 195 miles an hour for Gary Christopher? So some time ago, I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 years ago, Gary Christopher became the first non-nitromethane powered bike to go in the sixes. And at that point, it was my understanding that he vowed he would put it in the fives. And on Thursday, that happened. Austin Christopher went 5:99 with a 4. 234.99 miles an hour. And I'm told there's more left in that bike. So we'll see where this eventually lands. But yeah, 5:99, 234.9 miles an hour. First non-nitro powered bike in the fives. So for the record, runs on alcohol, turbo assisted, Kawasaki based power plant. So they were already the world record holders for a Pro Mod bike. And they've just continued to break their own records, so to speak, as they whittled their way through the 6.0s to finally get that first 5 up on the leaderboard. Congratulations to Christopher Racing and everybody over there at Fast Lane Racing. Everyone involved, great job. And we're very proud to say that it happened right here at Mission Raceway Park. So next up will be our radial cars. X275, Limited Street, and Real Street. So track prep underway. You guys are all on standby. Your call will be coming up shortly. Please be ready to go. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Apparently, we found a phone down near the starting line. So check your pocket. Because somebody out there is missing their phone.
Kept walking. Like, all right.
So apparently, we think we know who the owner of the phone is. Pretty sure it's Mike Bedsworth Jr. or somebody with that crew. Wally's going to come see you.
He's actually just coming up here.
A little bit farther than that. It's definitely not a nice walk.
I've been hollering at him.
Where'd I leave it?
It fell in your pocket when you were rolling
I
up.
was running for the car.
Yeah.
Shit, maybe I should leave it in the trailer. Thanks, you guys.
So was the back? Hey, was the back glass already broken?
It's been broken for 6 years.
Yes, that's what it was.
Young guy? Yep, young guy.
Young guy, I'm 40.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but that's
me,
that's kind
you're
of
young.
Yeah.
It's kind of young around here.
Is it?
Yes.
I was like, fuck. I
60
looked
is
all
middle
over.
age.
I tried to look in olds and note, and I
Mike
yeah,
Lowe.
he doesn't.
That's his name.
I yelled at him when he was leaving, trying to get his attention.
Too focused.
So we're going to go ahead and make the call for Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275, you can come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275 will put you in lanes 3 and 4. We are also going to make the call for Limited Street at this time. Limited Street, you guys can come on down to lanes 1 and 2. We'll also take Monroe Family Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. So we need Outlaw 275, we need Real Street, and we need Limited Street. Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2. Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Hey, are you looking for extra space without the hassle? Big Steel Box makes storage simple with clean, secure, weather-resistant storage containers available for your home or business. Whether you're moving, renovating, or just need more room, they'll deliver a storage container right to your location, and when you're done, they'll pick it up. With flexible rental options and convenient service, Big Steel Box takes the stress out of storage. With locations across Canada, there's a Big Steel Box near you. Find them at bigsteelbox.com. So we want to thank Big Steel Box for being the title sponsor for Doorwarz 14 here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So again, we have made the call for Outlaw 275, Limited Street and Real Street. Come on down. 275 to lanes 3 and 4, Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2, Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. And hey, Pat Stewart, if you want to come on back to the tower, that would be appreciated. So it looks like we've got all of our radial cars in the lanes. So radial cars, if you're not in the lanes, it's where you need to be. Lanes 3 and 4 for Outlaw 275, lanes 1 and 2 for Limited Street, and lanes 5 and 6 for Real Street. And again, just throwing it out there, Pat Stewart. No panic. You don't need to be running back to the tower, but if you want to make your way back up here fairly soon, that would be appreciated. And the tractor comes off the racetrack. Just what we want to see. So Outlaw 275 coming up. I'm told that the second pair is going to be Matt Dreyer and Chris Gould. And they're going to have a little bit of a grudge match. It's going to be $500 on the line. So it just adds a little bit of a spice to a qualifying round, so to speak. Well, I see Nick Duda up on the starting line, left side of the racetrack. That's going to make me believe that Justin Gallant will be part of the first pairing. And in fact, he is. So Nick Duda, tuner for not only himself and Justin, but many others. He's got a little bit of a, I don't want to call it stress-free weekend, but he doesn't have the junior here this weekend. Nick tells me that junior dragster gives him more grief than just about anything else he tries to get down the track. First pair, Q1, Outlaw 275. Here we go. Justin Gallant, and Tyler Stamler. So Justin Gallant went 4:23 on a test pass that he gave up on quite early in the run. Would have computed, I'm told, to a low 14 pass. So we've certainly got the conditions to see a whole bunch of personal bests and maybe record-breaking runs. So Tyler Stamler out of Rocky View, Alberta, behind the wheel of Mini-Me, wants to thank On Point along with Gen 3 Speed. Gallant, Tower Side, gets help from Circle D Converters, Precision Turbo, UPR Products, BDL Automotive, Crown Door, Edelbrock, JE Pistons. Stamler puts 430 up on the board, and how about 417 for Justin Gallant? Nice run. That just might be a track record right there. We'll look into this for you. .417, 176.26 miles per hour. Justin Gallant throws a big number on the board here in round one of qualifying. Tyler Stamler with a very nice 430 also doing 170 plus, 173.48 miles per hour. Nice work, guys. So just received word that the track record for an X275 car here at Mission Raceway Park is 4:15. That's held by Chris Gould, who just happens to be in the right-hand lane right now. Speed record 177, that's held by Justin. So very, very nice opening lap. However, the records will remain intact for now. So here we go for $500. Matt Dreyer and Chris Gould. Matt Dreyer, whoa. Getting scary out of shape after the finish line. Does manage to keep it gathered up, however. So he was in trouble well before the finish line. Off the gas, doing 132. Still went 460. Chris Gould in the right lane is $500 richer. 437, so not an outstanding number, but was doing 174. 60 foot was 1.20, so that's where the loss of ET was, so to speak. So we did manage to relocate, so to speak, one of the timing blocks. So we're going to be down for just a couple of minutes while safety takes care of that little situation for us. Yeah, weather forecast certainly. Hey, people, if we could tighten things up there a little bit in front of the tower. So if you got a golf cart, please move it forward. We got some smart cars at the back. We can't even get the tractors out if we needed to. So if we could get everybody to squeeze together nice and cozy.
If you're not racing, if you're not towing a car, park your golf cart behind the tower and walk.
And we suspect that possibly we've got a couple of golf carts that weren't actually used to tow anything up here. You should absolutely not be in front of the tower. So moving forward, if the golf cart is not a tow vehicle, it should not be in front of the tower, period. So safety just out there touching up things a little bit. And I'll mention this again. Pat Stewart, are you planning on coming back to the tower today? Well, there's Pat. We were getting worried about you. So we're just going to throw out a little reminder about some of the track rules here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. So no one under the age of 16 is allowed to be operating anything with wheels. And that would most certainly include golf carts, tow vehicles, pit bikes, quads, on and on. Also, a little reminder on any pit vehicle other than a golf cart or like a smart car, got to be wearing a helmet. If you're on a quad, if you're on a side-by-side, if you're on a pit bike, scooter, especially scooter, got to have some type of a helmet on.
Pat's up here, they have
Well, we found Pat Stewart, and he is working today. So he's back up here in the tower. I'm going to let him take over for a little while at this point. I'm going to go get ready for the second rotation.
Well, thank you very much, John. Just up visiting with my dad for a couple of minutes. And now we're back to some 275 action. Jeff Whitworth out of Lanceville, BC, and his 63 Chevy Nova. Nice light, 109 to the 60 foot, 433 at 167. Are going to be happy with that pass. Bob Cook out of Lloydminster with his 93 F-150, switching it up this year, going twin turbo. Decided to go away from the ProCharge setup that he was running last year. And the turbos seem to be coming around for them. They seem to be making them work pretty good here. Bob with the top lights. Bob. Short number's pretty good for a turbo truck. I'm going to go through with a 518 at 132. next. Where's the cold fire? All right, Justin managing to get it fired back up again. And it looks like they've decided to push him back. Tough break for Q1. All right, pulling in the next pair. We're going to have Tyler Levy out of Maple Ridge in his 86 Ford. Going to be taking on Zach Kane out of Column Bay, Washington in his 67 Camaro. Both cars backed up. Zach purging his nitrous. Another nitrous car here in the 275 class. Both drivers in. Wow, Zach Kane with a great looking short number. Runs 448 at 133. Looks like he was getting out of it a little bit. Tyler Levy running a 458 at 155. Zach decided the safer way to lift a little bit, getting a little close to the wall there. All right, looks like we're going to give Justin another shot here. Got the car refired. Short burnout. Justin purging the nitrous, pulling it up.
Okay, last car will be that green.
Ooh, nice launch, followed by a little bit of a nitrous pop there. Hopefully it's not hurt too bad.
So make sure you take a look at the car. There's no fire or anything.
Pretty good short number for the car. But then it just decided it didn't want to go the whole way. Safety just out, having a quick look at the track, making sure that the surface is ready to go. All right, good news from Matt at mid-track there. Looks like there's nothing on the racetrack, so we should be good to get going again. All right, I think this is my new favorite car. Jake. Taking time out from driving his Pro Mod Corvette, hopping in his beautiful Duster. 275 car. Running a big twin turbo LS under the hood. And this is a brand new car. For him, I understand. Trans brake not looking like it wants to hold there, so they're going to back him up. Straighten him out and try again. Quick reset of the tree, and let's try this again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. All right. Looks like it came around on him. Should be okay. Just a light nudge there. All right. We're going to be down for a couple of minutes here. While we clear him off the track. Well, are you looking for extra space without the hassle? Big Steel Box makes storage simple with clean, secure, weather-resistant storage containers available for your home or business. Whether you're moving, renovating, or just need more room, they'll deliver a storage container right to your location. And when you're done, they'll pick it up. With flexible rental options and convenient service, Big Steel Box takes the stress out of storage. With locations across Canada, there's a Big Steel Box near you. Find them at bigsteelbox.com. Thanks to Big Steel Box for being a sponsor of Doorwarz 14. Having a look at the qualifying order here. Currently sitting number 1, Justin Gallant, with that 417 at 176. Right behind Justin's Tyler Stamler with the 430. Bit of a gap there. Jeff Whitworth, Chris Gould, Aiden Katnick, Zach Kane, Cade Shirk, Tyler Levy, Matt Dreyer, Bob Cook, and Justin Collin. All right, I see the lights flashing on the tractor. That means Thomas is going to be pulling back in after this lap. And we should be good to go back to racing. All right, we've been given the signal to head back to racing. That's going to bring John Cugliato around the corner. John coming in from Parkland, Alberta in his 04 Mustang. This car's nicknamed Balboa.
Safety top end to be a power lane single.
That power lane single, thank you.
Taking his time backing up, make sure he's right into those fresh burnout marks. John rolling in with the top bulb lit. Up on the boost, bumping in. Great low number. Bit of a pedal. Runs a 460 at 168. Got to be happy with that. Running a couple of single passes in a row here while these guys are completing their licenses, their advanced CT licenses. Cars are licensing, we can only run one at a time. Eric McCarthy from Spokane, Washington, finishing his burnout, backing up.
All right, another power lane single.
Same copy, power lane single.
Eric lighting that top bulb, bumping in. Good looking low numbers. 452 at 155. That was a nice looking pass for round one of qualifying. And getting down to the bottom end of the 275 qualifying order here. Trevor Kinsey out of Calgary, Alberta. With not your typical 275 car. This thing's pretty cool. Got some license plates on it, does some street driving with it. Good looking low numbers for a nice car like that. Runs through 529 at 130. That's going to get him on the board. All right, that's going to bring up Jonathan Day coming to us from Everett, Washington. 68 Olds. Looks like he's come to a stop. Got the car refired. Jonathan lighting the bulbs. Up. I believe this is a fairly new car, working out some little bugs, looks like. Decent low number. Shutting it off. Coasting through to a 610 at 85 miles an hour. Sure, he's going to want to work on that. All right, Gary Mean. Doing his burnout. This car normally running in the Outlaw 8.5, so he is actually running an 8.5 tire, I believe. Purging the nitrous. That's a whole lot of car to get down the track on an 8.5 inch wide tire. Top light lit in. Nice 60 foot. Wow, 497 at 141 miles an hour. All right, here comes probably what's going to be our loudest 275 car of the day. Sorry, not a 275 car. Anthony Katnick bringing his blown dart out, doing a little testing today. Katnick running, well, basically one of the bigger radials you're going to be able to run, running a 315 radial under that car. Definitely not shy on horsepower. slow out of the hole. Gonna go through with a 583 at 110 miles an hour. Again, that's a fairly new combination for them. And I believe we got one more radio car to run. Attention in the pits. If you've been to the half track snack shack in the last couple of minutes or 15 minutes or so, and your Scotiabank card's no longer in your pocket, well, they've got it for you over at the concession there. So if you happen to be missing your Scotiabank Interact card, go head over to see them at the half track snack shack, and they'll have it there for you. And our last radial car of round one qualifying. Actually, I believe he's just testing. He's going to be Rash Dollywall. Rash lining up is 23 Dodge. Nice wheels up launch. 124 to the 60 foot. And he's going to go through with his first 899 at 150 miles an hour. I do believe that is his first dip into the 8-second range. Everybody down on the starting line pretty happy with that. Now we're just going to be down for a couple of minutes, a little bit more prep work going on the track out there. Now's a great time to head on over to that half-track snack shack. Sorry, I don't know what the special is today, but they've always got something good going on over there. I want to thank you all in the stands for coming out today here at Doorwarz 14, brought to you by the Big Steel Box. All right, one of the cool things that we got going on here at Doorwarz is down towards the end of the spectator side, down past the Lordco sign, we got some drifting going on. And for 40 bucks, which is going to go to the BC Children's Hospital, you're going to get to go for a ride in a drift car. I've been in one before. It's definitely going to be worth that 40 bucks. So if you're looking for something to do while we do a little bit of prep, or you're just looking for something fun to do, head on down the spectator side, down towards the far end. Just look for all the smoke. Couldn't be a better cause. All right, looks like we're getting back underway here in Limited Street. Limited Street being brought to you by Rocco's Diner. You like milkshakes? They've got an awesome milkshake over there. All right, first pair up, we got Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna. She's going to take on Chris McGraw from Abbotsford. An 89 versus a 90 Fox body. Barry Siebert walking by, just letting Barry know that, Barry, you're the best. Spectator side running a turbo, and Vanessa on tower side here, she's running a nice big shot of nitrous. Both cars in. Vanessa getting off the tree a little earlier. Nice short numbers. Vanessa runs through with a 497, 137 miles an hour, dipping into the 4-second range. Chris running through with a nice looking 604 at 118 miles an hour off the throttle to top end. Bringing in the next pair, looks like we're going to have Brad Thomas out of Squamish, spectator side. He's going to take on Max Nielsen from Sturgeon, Alberta. Max in a 97 Mustang, Brad in his 91. Both cars backing up. Making sure they're lined up right into that nice sticky patch of rubber that just laid down. Both cars bumped in. Very similar short numbers. Max running through with a 493 at 143. And Brad getting there a little quicker, 491 at 141. And our next pair up, Josh Hendrick is going to take on Josh Collin. Josh Hendrick out of Mission. Josh Collin from Calgary, Alberta, over there in the wagon, 86 Mercury. Josh running his 93 Fox body. Both cars in. Josh is going to be off the throttle, running through to 681. Josh Hendrick going through the 544 to 128 miles an hour. Next up, Everett Hoth out of Maple Ridge. I believe this is a newer combination. Why was I so freaking stoned saying that? Boo, boo, boo. First pair of Real Street cars headed down. Well, this is going to be one of our few quarter mile classes for the weekend.
Have to rerun that first pair of Real Street. It got ran.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Box. Head on down to the lanes. Reese Picarello taking on Josh Klosky. Reese is going to get there first at 10:28 at 127 miles an hour. Josh following right behind 11:42 at 118. Next pair up is going to have Terry Hoochkins. And I know it's not Scott in the car because he's sitting right out front there. I believe that's his wife in the car. Both drivers in. Terry, wow. Trip zip with the 5 on the red side. Super close to a perfect light. We got 1099 and 121 miles an hour. Terry going through an 1197 at 113. A last pair. Sorry. Next pair, we'll go Ryan Ledre taking on Rob Monroe Jr. Great light by Rob. Good looking low number. It's going to run through with the 873 to 153 miles an hour. Ryan following behind at 1186 at 112. And this is actually going to bring us to our last pair of Real Street. Mustang on Mustang. Tower side runs at 10:23 to 130 miles an hour. Sean Langley running through at 11:68 at 115 miles an hour. I believe that's going to be the end of Real Street. I was just informed if you don't want to make the long walk down to the drift area there, they're going to be running a shuttle every half hour. It's going to start at 2 o'clock. It's going to be over on the spectator side, kind of by the last big semi-trailer. Just look for a black golf cart, and they'll be more than happy to give you a ride down to the drifting. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Standby. This is a standby call for non-electronics. Standby call, no box. Well, folks, that's going to bring an end to qualifying round 1. Now we're going to shift back. Going to bring up the electronic class next. Just doing a little bit more track prep. Well, after round one of qualifying in the Monroe family real street class, we got Rob Monroe Jr. sitting number one with his 873. Reese Piccarello, and it wasn't Scott again in the car. I know his wife's driving. Josh Klosky, Sean Langley, Ryan Ledre, and Cherry Hoochkins. I believe they do qualify off reaction time in this class. All right, I see the tractor backing in its place. See a great looking guy spraying some water down for the dragsters. And let's go racing. Let's bring up the box class. Box class being brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. First pair up. Round two qualifying. We're going to have Colt Morin taking on Oh. Craig Johnson lighting the top bulb. Colton right in behind him. Colton's going to get there first, the 485 at 141 miles an hour. Craig running through with a 736 at 93 miles an hour. Next pair up. Got a pair of brothers taking on each other. One in a door car, one in a dragster. Brody Source driving his 03 Cavalier, taking on his brother Jeremy, both of them out of Terrace. Both top bulbs lit. Brody having a few problems pushing through before the trios. Jeremy runs a 465 at 148. That's going to bring up Lincoln Rutherford. He's going to take on Jason Gibson. Lincoln from Wembley, Alberta. Great little town. I lived there for a couple of years. Jason Gibson out of Surrey, running his 91 Mustang. Both cars away with pretty close reaction times. Very similar 60 foots. Lincoln's going to get there first with a 604, 113 miles an hour. Jason right behind with a 614 at 108. Emma Debris out of Shawnigan Lake and her 92 Victory Dragster. It's taking on Kristen Baxter in the Camaro. Kristen leave a little early. Emma's going to get there first with a 533 at 127 miles an hour. Kristen right behind a 642 at 105. Matt Marshall taking on Jeff Alder. Matt from Hazelton. Jeff coming out of Shawnigan Lake. Matt leaving a little early. Great light by Jeff. Matt runs through 538 at 127 miles an hour. Jeff Alder ran a 6:56 at 102. Next pair up, Ted Buss out of Shawnigan. Gonna take on Tammy Peugeot. She's out of Abbotsford with her 86 Rad Torque sponsored Race Tech Dragster. Tammy goes Trip Zip 0 with a 7 red. 7 thousandths. Sorry, 7 10,000ths on the wrong side of the light. Runs through the 453 at 152 miles an hour. Ted with a 564 at 118. Clean look and passes both sides. Nick Barnard with a 690 at 100 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box, non-electronics. This is your call to the lanes. No box, non-electronics. Your call to the lane. Triple index, we're going to put you on standby. Again, triple index, you are on standby. Next pair up, Bucky Stewart taking on Brad Vingy. Wow, Bucky. Trip Zip with a 2. Runs a 639 at 107 miles an hour. Brad Vingy runs right there, 684 at 117. Next pair up's going to have Al Quigley out of Aldergrove and his Rad Torque System 23 M&M chassis. Taking on Jim Benke. Jim running his 67 Plymouth. Sponsored by Rad Torque and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Both top lights bulb. Jim with a great reaction time, 008 on the green side. Al runs a 429 at 162 miles an hour. Jim right behind it is 640 at 106 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford in his 05 Mondin chassis dragster. Going to be tower side taking on Kevin McNichol out of Mission. Both cars sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Both cars away. Kevin, 7th foul on the wrong side of a green light. Greg runs a 507 and 133. Kevin running a 625 at 109 miles an hour. Next pair up's got Shay in the cool retro front engine dragster, taking on the Monza. Both drivers in. Monza running through with a 652 to 106. Shay looking like she's having some problems. Slowly rolling through. And I know that car will run a lot quicker than a 19. Just taking a few seconds to get the dragster off the racing surface. Looks like she's back pushed behind the wall. That's going to bring up Cord Hebert taking on Derek Shirk. Gord out of Prince Rupert making the trip down. The 63 Chevy 2. Derek running his new to him 78 Z28. Or Z28 for our American friends. Both cars in. Pretty good looking short numbers. Gord's going to run through with a 6 flat at 112 miles an hour. Derek running a 676 at 100 miles an hour right on the nose. And that was our last pair of electronics. We got one pair of Real Street here to rerun. Both cars in. Nice looking short numbers. Once again, these guys are going the full quarter mile. A 1062 at 127 miles an hour versus a 1069 at 126 miles an hour. And that would have been a pretty close race at the top end. That's going to bring us into no box. Brandon Piskacek taking on Ben Myers. Brendan out of Burnaby and Ben from Nanaimo. Brendan fresh off his BC Drag It Challenge last week. Both top lights, both Both cars in. Ben leaving a little on the early side. Very similar short numbers. Brendan's going to get there 8:44 at 81 miles an hour. Ben actually getting there first with an 8:13 at 84 miles an hour. Couple thou too early on the tree. Next pair up, Craig Johnson out of Langley in his Malibu station wagon. Both these guys should put on some pretty good wheelies. Both cars running a 6:55. Spectator side 105 miles an hour. Craig at 102 miles an hour. Andy Klosky out of Cornell, running his 65 Chevy too.
Didn't you hear the tone?
Double 02 red. Andy running through with a 616 at 111 miles an hour. Tower side won 738 at 95.
You ever notice when I come back after the spray and I go back down
Dan Piskacek out of Burnaby in his 88 Mustang taking on Jessica Armstrong. She's running her dart from Chilliwack. Both drivers away clean. Dan running an 8:25 at 85 miles an hour. Jessica right behind with an 8:47 at 82 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the lanes, please. Triple index, come on down. Top comp, you guys are on standby. Little husband-wife battle here. Veronica taking on her husband, Rob. Veronica a little better on the tree. Rob running a 671 at 101. Veronica right behind a 746 at 89 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack. A 64 Ford Falcon. He's going to take on Sylvia Hootsins out of Maple Ridge in her 66 Mustang. Both cars away clean. Dustin's there first with a 573, 122 miles an hour. Sylvia running a nice clean 756 at 90 miles an hour. Jeff Nyland going to take on Bobby Ehlers. Jeff out of Chilliwack, Bobby from Maple Ridge. Jeff with a 003 green great light. Bobby's going to get there first with a 649 and 104 miles an hour. Jeff trailing right behind at the 677. Next pair is going to put Rebecca Powell from Linden, Washington up against Eric Hansen. Eric from North Vancouver. drivers away clean. Rebecca's going to get there first, a 674 to 100 miles an hour. Eric right there with a 764, 90 miles an hour. Jim Stahl taking on Gordon Baxter. Jim's out of Tulalip. Both cars in. Gordon leaving a little on the early side. Nice low numbers. Gonna run through a 547 and 126 miles an hour, where Jim's right behind him, 682 at 99 miles an hour. That's gonna bring up my partner, John Tabak, taking on Chris Stone. John sponsored by Rad Torque Systems in his 89 LS powered S10. Chris running his 68 big block dart. John with a 002 on the red side. Chris going to get there first with a 641 at 105 miles an hour. John right behind with a 655 at 104. All right, if you're in the grandstands and you like taking pictures of wheelies, this next one's the one for you. Matt Warner out of Sumas, Washington. He's going to take on Kevin McCauley. Matt really likes to hang the hoops here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp. This is your call to 3 and 4. Top comp, lanes 3 and 4. Overflow into 5 and 6. We'll take the overflow 5 and 6. Again, top comp, 3 and 4. Jamie Wellwood out of Maple Ridge backing up his 32 Ultim Bantam Altered. Loren Schwartz out of Langley in his 83 Monte Carlo. Cars in. Oh, Jamie Wellwood. Trip zip with a 4, but on the red side. Runs a 529 at 129. Lawrence right there with a 642 at 106 miles an hour. Darren Martin going to take on Steve Baskerville. Darren from New West, Steve out of West Van. Both drivers see very similar numbers. Darren running a 1080 at 64 miles an hour. Steve right behind him with a 1051 at 73 miles an hour. And our last box of this round of qualifying going to be Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo running his 84 S10. Jeff away clean. Gonna run through the 594 to 115 miles an hour. That's going to bring us now into triple index. 560, 650, and 750. Triple index. Tyler Smith in his 68 Chevelle taking on his dad, Joel, in a 71 Pontiac. Looks like Joel left before the tree activated. Tyler's going to run through 757 to 89 miles an hour. Looks like Joel has stopped on the track. Sent safety out to have a look. All right, looks like we've got Joel cleaned off the track here. Next up, we got Rob and Roe Jr. taking on Scott. Chuck. I see his wife behind the car this time. Both cars in. Rob and Roe getting their first 553, 125 miles an hour. Scott running a 674 at 100 miles an hour. Reese Picarillo in his 55 Chevy is going to take on Ryan Ledre out of Maple Ridge. Ryan driving his 71 Chevelle. Both cars away clean. Ryan with a nice 005. Reese gets their first, a 653 at 103. Ryan right behind with a 759 at 88 miles an hour. Next pair up, John Tebeck out of Maple Ridge. Taking on Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington. John running through 710 at 69 miles an hour off throttle. Sean with a 749 at 93 miles an hour. Andy Klosky going a little red there. runs through the 684 off the gas at 73 miles an hour. And I believe our last electronic car or box car is going to be Jan Christensen out of Langley. Jan bringing the Chevy 2 out this weekend. Jan's going to run the 550 index. So once again, looking to be as close to 550 as he can get without going under. Nice looking short numbers. They're going to roll through with a 551, 126 miles an hour. I'm sure he'll tighten that a little bit. All right, with that, we're going to take a couple of minutes, do a little track prep here. That's going to give you guys in the stands a couple of minutes to head on down to the half-track snack shack, where I believe it's shawarma poutine today. Looking for extra space without the hassle? Big Steel Box makes storage simple with clean, secure, weather-resistant storage containers available for your home or business. Whether you're moving, renovating, or just need more room, they'll deliver a storage container right to your location, and when you're done, they'll pick it up. With flexible rental options, convenient service, Big Steel Box takes the stress out of storage. With locations across Canada, there's a Big Steel Box near you. Find them at bigsteelbox.com.
And another reminder to you, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the Drifter Gift down by turn 2, just past the Lordco sign on the right at the end of the drag strip. And we're running a shuttle for you as well. If you go over to the pedestrian side, the last white semi-trailer, there should be a black golf buggy, and that will be running people down. His name's Mike, nice guy, and he'll be doing shuttles every half an hour. So the next one is 2:30 and 2:30, then 3, and every half an hour after. Have a good one. Oh, and the Drifter Gift is $40. You get your own driver, take lots of video. They've got the helmets. You've signed the waiver, and it's going to a great charity. That's the Canadian Children's Charity, the hospital charity. Thank you.
All right, looks like we're ready, moving into round 2 of qualifying in our top comp. First pair up, we're going to have James Rutherford out of Wembley, Alberta. Going to take on Colt Morin, right here local to Mission. James with a good looking burnout. Gonna back up. Both drivers in. Colt a little early on the tree. James with a nice 007. Colt's going to get there first, a 487 at 139 miles an hour. James right behind with a 503 at 137. Next, we got Logan Bell taking on Poe Freeborn. Both of them out of Courtney. Both of them carrying the Comox Valley Excavating banner. Logan with a great reaction time at 009, runs a 447 at 155. Poe a little bit ahead of him, a little slower on the tree, ran a 430 at 161. Derek Shirk out of Langley in his 22 Mullis dragster, taking on Jay Severson, JS Power Sports here in Mission. Derek leaving a little early. Both cars, great short numbers. Derek's going to get there first, 439 at 158. Jay right behind with a 493 at 139. Dan Rodrigue taking on Lincoln Shirk. Dan out of Chilliwack. Lincoln from Langley. Both drivers in. Lincoln leaving a little on the early side. Good looking short numbers both sides. Dan there first with a 452 at 152. Lincoln Shirk running a 485 at 139. Now we got Emma Debris out of Shawnigan Lake's going to take on Jeremy Soares. Jeremy coming from Terrace. Emma's a recent graduate out of our junior dragster program. Jeremy with a 001 light. Gonna get there first, a 465, a 148. Emma right behind with 539. Coming in at 125 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington is gonna take on Paul Soares. Paul coming from Terrace. And his beautiful 55 Chevy. Both top bulbs lit. Mike getting away first. Well, that's 16. Paul's going to get to the finish line first. 479 at 144 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy running a 526 at 130. Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington, going to take on Jeevan Brar. Jeevan coming from Surrey. Both tall bulbs lit. Brad away. Gonna get there first. Brad Powell 462 at 149 miles an hour. Jeevan runs a 5 flat at 137. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. ProMod, we're going to put you guys on standby, please. ProMod, this is a standby call. Aaron Young, Towerside, going to take on Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford. Aaron all the way down from Chetwynd. Both drivers are in. Very similar looking short numbers. Aaron's going to get there first, 493 at 139. That's going to be Greg's 508 at 133. I believe that's going to be our last pair of top comp. All right, folks, we're going to take a couple of minutes here to do a little bit of prep before we run Pro Mod here for you guys. Now's a perfect time to head on down to the old half-track snack shack. Pick yourself up some lunch. Pro Shop's right there. And then if you're looking for something exciting, well, you can head on down to the drift area, the far west side of the track. Shuttles running about every half hour. Just look for the black golf cart over by the semi-trailers on the spectator side. They'll run you right down there, and for $40, you can hop into a drift car. And honestly, I've been in one before. That's going to be worth every penny of that $40. And all the money's going to charity.
Hey, Thomas, how much time are you guys going to need before Pro Mod here?
So we're going to be down for about 10 to 15 minutes probably.
So safety out there, giving the track surface a little bit of love. Before we roll into what will be qualifying round number 2 for Pro Mod. And guess what's following Pro Mod? It'll be Q1 for Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Burn a little nitro. Then door slammers will then spread a little extra glue around for the radial cars and bring up 275 Limited Street along with Real Street. And at that point, we roll into eliminations for most classes. Well, maybe not most classes, some classes. Specifically, box, no box, triple index, top comp. We'll then go back to qualifying. It'll be Q3 for Pro Mod, Q2 for Top Fuel Harley, Q3 for Door Slammers, Q3 for 275 and Limited, and Real Street will roll into round one. Then we'll start all over again. At that point, everything but Top Fuel Harley and Canada West Door Slammers will be into eliminations. Of course, Door Slammers will be done for the day at that point as they get 3 rounds of qualifying today.
Did they hit your side?
They hit Pat's side.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod. Pro Mod, this is your call to staging lanes. We'll take Pro Mod to the lanes. Please, Pro Mod, come on down. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to Top Fuel Harley Davidson. So we need Pro Mods to the lanes. Please, Pro Mods, come on down. Top Fuel Harley, along with Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are on standby.
Unmarked road, but you still don't go 110 down unmarked road.
Mandale Road.
Mando, yeah. Like,
So, Pro Mods, we need Pro Mods to the lanes, please. We're also going to make the call now for Top Fuel Harleys. So we're looking for Pro Mods along with Top Fuel Harley Davidsons in the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, you'll remain on standby for the moment.
And while you're waiting for the track to be ready, I just want to remind you that there's the Drifter gift at the bottom there, past the Lordco sign on the right. And we've got shuttles running from the trailer. The next shuttle will be at 3 o'clock, and then every half hour afterwards, taking you down to the Drifter gift at $40, going to a great BC children's charity. Thank you.
So we have made the call for Pro Mods to the lanes. We've also made the call for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. It'll be their first round of qualifying. And you probably just caught that, but we've got the Hard Knock Stunt team with us here this weekend. Glad to have them back. They're kind of a staple here at Doorwarz. And they're doing great things. They're volunteering their equipment and their time to try and raise some money for a very good cause, the BC Children's Hospital. So here's the way it works. You can go for a ride with a professional stunt driver for just $40. And all the proceeds are going to BC Children's Hospital. Now, this takes place up at the top end of the racetrack over on the road course side. However, here's the good news. You don't have to walk. You don't need a golf cart or anything like that. Just head on over to the spectator side of the track, and they're having a little shuttle that'll run you down there and bring you back. So again, for $40, you can get a very cool ride with a professional stunt driver and be supporting a great cause at the same time. Hey, did I mention Barry and Shelley are here this weekend? Those amazing little mini donuts. Located underneath the pit side grandstands. Got all kinds of great hot and cold coffee products. If you haven't had lunch yet, the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack is waiting for you. So I do believe we've got our pro mods in the lanes ready to go. Tractor's still out there, headed this way. And we will see whether he needs to make another lap or whether he's going to pull it off this time. Second round of qualifying for pro mods coming up. And that'll be followed by first round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harleys. We've got our Canada West Door Slammers on standby for their second round of qualifying. Following that, as mentioned, we'll shoot some more glue on the track for the radial cars, then head into Q2 for X275 or Outlaw 275. Along with Limited Street and Real Street. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we need you now. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 3 and 4. Canada West Door Slammers to 3 and 4. Overflow into 5 and 6. One more time. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down to 3 and 4. Overflow into 5 and 6. And here we go. We're going to start things off with Dale Peterson and Eric Halverson. A Camaro and a Corvette. The screen tells me it should be 2 Camaros, but I know better. I'm used to seeing Eric Halverson in a 1970 Camaro, but he's out here in this Corvette this weekend. Dale Peterson, tower side. That very pretty 69 Camaro. Blue and white. Turbo combination. Peterson's a turbo guy from way back. Halverson with the big blower sticking out of the hood. No doubt what combination he's got. Halverson is ready to go. 018 on the tree. Car goes into bad shake. Bad enough that he's saying, nope, I want no part of this. He's out of the gas early. Peterson running into his own set of problems. Off the gas and coasts across. So 2 throwaway runs to start off Q2 here at Doorwarz 14. Want to thank Big Steel Box for being the title sponsor of this event.
Back is clear.
Top end's clear.
Here we go, pair number 2. Jake Skosilis, tower side of the racetrack. In the blue Corvette. Again, big blower sticking out of the hood. He's going to line up beside Eric Halverson. No, what am I saying? Halverson just ran. Rick Barnhart's in the other lane. Barnhart, right-hand side, 1971 Mach 1. Body style. Turbo combination. Barnhart's in. Here we go. Barnhart with the kind of tire shake that knocks your teeth out. Man, he did his very best to drive through that. Finally decided, no, that's enough. That's all I can take. That car shook hard, almost all the way to the 330-foot mark. Skosilis with a much more trouble-free looking run in the left lane. He went 405 at 186. So does not improve on his earlier 399. So Rick Barnhart, for now, will stand pat on his earlier 408. So here comes Scott Blake. It'll be a single, right-hand side of the racetrack. Another 69 Camaro. Okay, never mind me. So it's not a single for Scott Blake. It's going to be Scott Blake and Nick Duda facing off here. Camaro and a Corvette. So Duda in the 63 Corvette, tower side, little small block twin turbo deal. He actually staged first. That's not the norm. So Scott Blake goes 373. So that's his best run out of 2 rounds of qualifying. Duda improves as well. Goes 384, 198.68 miles an hour. And that 63 Corvette, as I just mentioned, powered by a 393 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Six down, 1 more to go. Here comes Mike Gonziola. Mike Gonziola, right-hand side of the racetrack. Nitrous combination. A whole bunch of cubic inches. A whole bunch of stages of nitrous. Gonziola, a 3-second runner. Do believe currently sitting number 4. So I don't have the specifics in front of me, but I'm going to say 900 plus cubic inches between the frame rails of the Corvette and the right-hand lane. You see him purging the nitrous systems. Gonziola, despite all the farting and burping all the way down the track, goes 383 at 195 miles an hour. So that's going to put him number 3. Cracks the top 3 so far, and I'm going to say there's a whole bunch left in that thing based on what it sounded like going down the track. So that's going to do it for Q2 of Pro Mod. Coming up now is going to be Q1 for Top Fuel Harley Davidson. You want one of these? So you gotta press that fairly hard. There'll be a red light coming on to make it live.
Okay, and then when I just let it go, it's off. I don't.
No, it stays on.
It stays on. How
Yeah.
do I turn it off?
You would have to press it again and make the red light come on. So I've got Bill Dixon up here in the tower with me. He's going to help me out, bringing you Q1 for Top Fuel Harley Davidson. I understand we're going to start off with a licensing run for Dana Meeks. So, oh no, you go right ahead. So he runs it a little past half track. We'll call that a half track run. Looked pretty good to me.
Nice and straight, no problems. Just watching him at the top end here. He's keeping control of everything. So we got lined up Jim Schellenberg in the Lordco lane out of Surrey or Langley, and Ron Billett out of Nanaimo coming up for round one qualifying.
So Jim Schellenberg coming up right-hand lane, Rip It Up Racing. Ron Billett, Tower Side for Nitroholic Racing.
Ron just licensed with the Western Canada Nitro Bike Series late last year. This is his first or second race, sorry, being a competitor.
Of course, Jim Schellenberg goes back quite a number of years. So we thought we had a pair coming up, but it looks like it'll be a single. Ron Billett coming at you, left-hand side of the racetrack. Ron Billett runs it out to about 1,000 feet before he gets off the throttle. Pretty decent 8th mile numbers, 458, 173 miles an hour. I don't know about you, but I thought maybe that first 6 was coming.
I thought it was too, till it went over on its nose at about 1,000 feet. I'm not sure what happened there, if he backed off, if there was a fuel problem.
Oh, push it really hard. Now it's off. You want to shut it off?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Well, I thought he said we were live. I thought he meant mine.
No, but so far you didn't have your mic on.
I do now. Yeah, in the Lordco lane, Jim Schellenberg, longtime racer with the CMDRA, came over and started racing with us when Nate formed this series. And beside him, of course, you've got Austin Christopher, a legend coming up from Pro Mod Motorcycle with Ron Haune, Fastlane Racing. 13-time Canadian Top Fuel champion, Ron. Went down to the States one year, became the Western champion for the American Harley, or the AHDRA, and ended up being the national champion the same year. So he's got quite a bit of experience behind his back with his Nitro V60 programs.
Oh, he absolutely does. Of course, Austin Christopher making all kinds of noise here this weekend so far, not only on the Fastlane Racing Top Fuel Harley-Davidson, but aboard the family's Pro Mod bike.
On Thursday night, that 599 was on. It was just crazy to watch that. I'm happy I was here to see it.
History was made once again at Mission Raceway. So Austin Christopher and Jim Schellenberg. Nice.
Nice pass, both of them. Jim, 677, 190, 133. Austin, a 646 at, is that 195?
185.
85. Yeah, that mile an hour's off. So
Yes.
That would have been a well over 200 mile an hour. So Ron will be going back and looking at data on that run.
So was doing 199 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot mark. So he was no longer under power at the quarter-mile finish line, but sure looked good early. He was 112 to the 60-foot. Schellenberg was right there beside him with a 114 60-foot number. And, yeah, 8th mile.
Now you got a couple big kid racers coming up here. Pete Waugh in the Lordco lane. Hasn't been on that bike in 2 years. Came out Thursday night. Ran a 7:04 at 213.99 miles an hour. Just shaking the cobwebs off, getting ready. And then, of course, you got Nate Gagnon, European champion 1 year. 4 big kids back way when he was still racing Super Gas with the CMDRA. Him and Jim got to talking when Top Fuel was no longer an option with the CMDRA and decided to form the Western Canada Top Fuel Nitro Bike Series.
Well, and we here at Mission Raceway are very pleased that that took place. So two bikes out of the Big Kids Racing stable. Nate Gagnon and Pete Waugh. Pete Waugh in the right lane, Nate in the left.
It looks like Damian Cowden isn't going to make a hit this round. He's been thrashing on that bike all year since he started back at our first race. I hope he can get his stuff together and get out there, because that's one marvelous piece of engineering.
It most certainly is. I will never forget last year him making that full pull with flames barking out both sides of that bike. That was pretty cool.
The green and yellow flames, and he just stayed lit the whole track. It was beautiful. What a 620.
Nate leads the way. Reader board says 636, 216 miles an hour for Nate Gagnon. Nice lap.
Yeah, he'll go back and read the data on that one, and I don't think he'll change much. Maybe a little bit. I know he wants to get into the 20s this weekend. So with the conditions of the track, you got Thomas here from TVC. Is unbelievable what those guys do. And your starting line crew is unbelievable. Thank you very much, Tom, or John.
No worries, Bill. My pleasure. Feel free to come back up here for Q2 if you'd like.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, so that's going to close out qualifying for round 1 of qualifying for the Top Fuel Harleys. So Ron Howney and team Fast Lane Racing wants to thank the Radar Collision Group for sponsoring them at this Door Wars event. They also want to thank Redline Oil, Bessie Marine, Coldwater Spirits, Tedco Electric, Maximum Collision in Abbotsford, Hammer Time Sheet Metal, Fraser Truck and Trailer Repair, along with Road End Farms. So we'll see the Top Fuel Harleys back up here in a little bit. Looks like we've got another test run coming at us. Gary Christopher aboard his Kawasaki. Gary Christopher, of course, the brainchild, if you will, behind the quickest Kawasaki on the face of the earth. We were just talking about Austin Christopher's awesome run on Thursday where he went 599 at basically 235 miles an hour on a alcohol-burning turbo Kawasaki. Gary Christopher. The reader board says 652, 207 miles an hour. Again, the Christopher family making history here at Mission Raceway. So another two-wheel test pass coming up.
How many more you want me to get printed? Sorry.
Abusini, Steve Abusini. On an 03 Honda for PRP Automotive. Calls the bike Phoenix. Abusini laying down a nice lap. 7:22, 190 miles an hour through the quarter-mile finish line. Here comes Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. James Kennedy and Shane Ledger are going to make up the first pair. Attention the pits, listen up. Radial cars, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to radial cars. So that would be X275, that would be limited. And we'll include Real Street in there too. Standby call, you guys. Be ready to go. Still going to be a little bit, because we'll be doing a little bit of track prep following this round of qualifying for Canada West Door Slammers, but we would like you guys to be ready to go. So James Kennedy and Shane Ledger. Shane Ledger in the right-hand lane. I love the red on black, the red being the cage. Shane Ledger with an 8:57. James Kennedy lets go a little early. By a little, I mean 6 thou. Then goes 7:12 at 198. Freeborn and Craig Fredrickson out there. Poe Freeborn gets there just ever so slightly ahead. You know, that was almost a dead heat to the finish line. Reaction times were 1 thou apart. And ETs were kind of 1 thou apart. Poe Freeborn was 0.28 and then 7.11. Craig Fredrickson was 0.27 and then 7.12. End result, Poe Freeborn getting to the finish line first by 5 thou. Would have been a wicked heads-up race. Now we got Roger Winter and Otto Schulte. Schulte in the right lane. He is still cruising. If you have not yet checked out the event t-shirts in the Pro Shop, you should do so. The reason I'm bringing this up now is Otto Schulte's car is on the t-shirt. Schulte, red by 3 thou. Then 7:46, 183 miles an hour at the finish line. Roger Winter with a 7:59. I'm going to say off the gas early, way early, doing just 138 miles an hour. Actually was at least somewhat off the gas very early in the run. He was only doing 115 at the 8th. Now, Paul Debris Jr. and Andy Hatton make up the next pair. Andy Hatton behind the wheel of the Grinch in the right-hand lane. Andy Hatton getting there first, 8:25, 161 miles an hour. Paul Debris Jr. behind the wheel of the Valiant. Tower side goes 8:45 at 159. Mike Bedsworth and Brian Ritchie now. Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie is Ritchie Racing Engine. Supplies horsepower for quite a number of cars in this series. Mike Bedsworth, the reigning champ and multi-time champ. Behind the wheel of that 1996 Oldsmobile you see in the left-hand lane. Bedsworth currently sits number 2 on the qualifying sheet. Went 7:09 in Q1. He's got a nice 10 light, but Ritchie's leave was even better, 007. So Bedsworth does improve, goes 7:08. That's not going to move him up the ladder, however. Brian Ritchie with a 7:86. So Brian Ritchie with his best number of the weekend so far. Now Jason Field and Chad Hobbs. So Jason Field and Chad Hobbs. Jason Field is not backing up after the burnout. Appears the car is shut off, as is Chad Hobbs' S10 over there in the right lane. However, his is shut off on purpose. Not sure what's going on with Jason Field.
Holding the start, I want to grab the lane off track quickly.
Yeah, they got to push a car back to the starting line.
So pushing Jason Field back. Jason did not make Q1. So I'm not sure if he's struggling with some kind of issue here this weekend. See, given the fact that they're pushing him all the way back, it was more than just a lack of reverse issue. So the Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers are scheduled for 3 qualifiers today. So hopefully we'll see Jason Field get his issues sorted out and come on back and put it on the sheet. However, for the time being, that's going to make it a single for Chad Hops. Pretty little first gen S10 over there in the right-hand lane. Wants to thank Boulder Excavation along with Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Chad Hops with a pretty much trouble-free looking run in the right lane, 795, 171 miles an hour. Best run of the day for Chad. It's going to put him number 13 out of 24 cars on the sheet so far. So we have momentarily shut off the Young's Mechanical S10 down there in the starting line, having a little computer glitch. Well, there we go. We got the problem sorted out. You know, when all else fails, turn it off and then back on again. So Kerry Young, Tower Side. Small block Chevrolet powered, just 406 cubic inches. Kerry was ready to go. How about 001? Yeah. And 836, 159 miles an hour. Two more door slammers in the water, ready to go. Mike Kenworthy and Chris Stone. 1992 Firebird and a 2005 Dodge Stratus. Chris Stone's new car over there in the right-hand lane. Wants to thank Willowbrook Chrysler.
I would probably just wait there. So it's course I was never going to 275.
Mike Kenworthy, 003, then 823, so he improves by a couple of hundreds. Chris Stone with an 869. So Chris Stone goes 869, does not speed up. So he went 868 on his earlier pass. Got to go at least 870 to qualify with the Canada West Door Slammers, and that would be the slowest one can dial once we get into eliminations. Now Paul Stretch. All by himself. Looking to improve on a 720 if that's possible. Goes 717, so I would say, yeah, it's possible. So while Paul Stretch does improve in the ET department, he does not move up the qualifying sheet with that run. Scott Robinson now for JS Speed Shop, Postma Farms, Lordco, and Rad Torque Systems. '94 Chevrolet Beretta. How about 009 and 770? Scott Robinson, 177 miles an hour. Steve Lowe and Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips, right lane, 1967 Shelby Mustang. Steve Lowe, tower side in his 92 Firebird. Steve Lowe gets one of those trip zip red lights. Then 790 through the finish line, 173 miles an hour. Dale Phillips with a nice 009 green light and goes 750. Darren Buick and Peter Lacanis now. Peter Lacanis for Transporters Logistics. Lacanis leads the way down the right-hand side of the racetrack. How about 764, 174 miles an hour. Darren Buick goes 814 at 163 behind the wheel of the 67 Nova. So some interesting weather out there so far. Everybody speeding up at what is typically the slowest time of the day. Here comes our number one qualifier, Rod Leclerc. Coming up right-hand side of the racetrack for Paradise Homes. Also wants to thank Ken Specialty Automotive, providing the horsepower, along with Andy Leclerc, Joe Leclerc, Ken Cooks, and Curtis Sankey. Rod Leclerc, right-hand lane. Henry Zacharias, tower side. Zacharias behind the wheel of his 53 Corvette. For Murray Auto Group out of Abbotsford. Zacharias did make a hit in round one of qualifying, but left before the tree was activated. So he's not on the sheet. Now both cars pre-staged. Leclerc's in. Zacharias is in. Rod Leclerc leads well 0.38 to start things off, and at the finish line 6.75. 201 miles an hour, so Leclerc slows quite a bit from his 6.69 that he ran in round one of qualifying. Now Cam Shantz and Brody Soares. Brody Soares, right-hand lane. The burgundy-colored Cavalier. Brody out of Terrace. Cam Shantz, also from up north, Prince Rupert to be exact. So both drivers shut it off very early in the runs. I'm not going to break any records here. Do believe that does it for Q2 of Canada West Door Slammers. So we are going to be down for just a little bit. So we're very happy to have Track Venue or Total Venue Concepts on the property with us this weekend. Thomas from TVC in charge of making the track all that it can be here this weekend at Doorwarz 14. So we're going to prepare the track for radial cars, and in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and make the call for our radial classes. So Outlaw 275, you guys can come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street will take you guys in lanes 1 and 2. And Real Street, we'll go ahead and make the call for you guys as well. Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. So we'll recap that for you. Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street to 1 and 2. Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Again, we want to thank Base, or rather Building Automated Systems, for bringing us the Outlaw 275 class here this weekend. Rocco's Diner bringing us Limited Street. And of course, Real Street this weekend is Monroe Family Real Street. So the one and only time that Mission Raceway Park has crowned a series champion in the class of Real Street, well, that was Rob Monroe. Unfortunately, we just recently lost Rob, so very happy to name the class Monroe Family Real Street in Rob's name. So we just saw the Canada West Door Slammers run. Again, we want to thank Associated Tire for being the series sponsor for 2026. Man, do we ever have a cool trophy up here in the tower. As this weekend's race for the Canada West Door Slammers will be for the Kathy Freeborn Doorwarz Memorial Award. So this is a trophy that Nate Gagnon put together for us. And man, is it ever cool. So safety out there, along with Thomas from TVC. Laying down some radial prep. So we are looking for Outlaw 275 in lanes 3 and 4. And we're looking for Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2. And Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. All right. So a little earlier, we were talking about the Hard Knocks stunt team and how they're doing ride-alongs. They like to call it drift to gift because they're doing this for free. So for just $40, you can go for a ride-along with the Hard Knocks stunt team. But I got a little bit of news on that front. So Heather Phillips, wife of Dale Phillips, one of the Canada West Door Slammers competitors, she just came up here with $40 and said, I don't even want to go for a ride. I just want to donate to a good cause. So the Phillips family is putting up $40, just donating it without a ride, because all the proceeds go to the BC Children's Hospital. But Heather has laid down a challenge to all the rest of the Canada West Door Slammers competitors to match her donation. So I think that's a very nice gesture, and there we go. So Heather Phillips has laid down the challenge for all of the Canada West Door Slammers teams to match her $40 donation to the BC Children's Hospital. Now, if you're wondering, how do we take care of this? How do we get it accomplished? Just come on up here to the timing tower. We'll take care of it for you. So one more time before we get really noisy, Heather Phillips is challenging all the Canada West Door Slammers teams to match their $40 donation. Now, what is an option if you were kind of on the edge of, do I want to go for a ride with the Hard Knocks stunt team? Well, this should help you make up your mind. You can match Heather's donation and get a very cool experience. So here we go. Qualifying round number 2, Outlaw 275. Want to thank Building Automated Systems for bringing us the Outlaw 275 class here at Doorwarz 14. We're going to start off with Jeff Whitworth and Justin Gallant. Ford-based horsepower, both sides of the racetrack. What? I would swear that an LS power plant is more common in a little Fox body Mustang than is any Ford-based power plant. But it kind of makes sense in the Mustang. But what Jeff Whitworth is doing over here tower side with the 63 Nova, now that's an oddity. That's something you're going to have to look far and wide to find elsewhere. So that Chevy Nova with a 365 cubic inch small block Ford between the frame rails. How about that? 418, 172 miles an hour for Justin Gallant. Was getting a little bit close to that center line. May have gotten out of it just slightly early. Was doing 176 on his first pass. So he's going to remain number 1. Does not improve on the earlier 417, but a stout lap nonetheless. Jeff Whitworth now sits number 3 with that 433. Was doing a $167 at the finish line. So nice couple of laps to open up Q2. Now a single. Chris Gould became $500 richer in round 1 as he had a little grudge match with Matt Dreyer. So apparently in an upcoming pairing, we're going to see another $500 grudge match. It'll be Matt Dreyer and Tyler Stamler. How about a 430? 173 miles an hour for Chris Gould. Nice looking lap. Good enough to slide into the number 2 position by just 5/10,000ths of a second. Tyler Stamler was in the number 2 position, 430 with a 4. Chris Gould steals that spot, 430 with a 0. Nice. So now Tyler Stamler and Matt Dreyer, $500 on the line. Matt Dreyer out of Kalispell, Montana. Tyler Stamler out of Rocky View, Alberta. Couple of LS powered X275 cars. Turbocharged.
So I changed the keyboard because that one can freeze you.
Yeah.
You have to turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. So I plugged the plug-in keyboard on it, but it doesn't have the stickers on it.
Okay.
Is that gonna fuck you up or you're okay?
I don't even use the sticker keys, so.
Okay. This is the page up on here. It says pause break.
So Tyler Stamler, tower side, behind the wheel of Mini Me. Currently on the sheet in the number 3 position with a 430. Matt Dreyer not on the sheet as he knocked out a timing block on what was a pretty wild run in Q1.
Put a charge on the rest of guys in the box.
The only ones I use are the.
Well, all right, we're getting some cash piling up here in the tower. Gord Hibner came up. He's running in box class here this weekend. Dropped off $40 and challenged all of the other box racers to do the same. We already had a standing challenge for the Door Slammers to match Heather Phillips' $40 donation, while Mike Kenworthy just came up here and upped the challenge, so to speak. He came up with a nice red crispy $50 bill. So there you go, Canada West Door Slammers. So Mike Kenworthy dropping a $50 bill off. Again, all proceeds go to the BC Children's Hospital. Let's see how big of a stack of cash we can get built up here in the tower. Did you go for your ride? So one of my coworkers up here in the tower, Hanan, went for a ride with the Hard Knock stunt team, and she said it was awesome. So there you go. You can just flat out donate, or for your donation, you can actually go for a ride. Again, all proceeds going to a very good cause. So safety just out there on the racing surface, having a look, making sure everything's okay. So that last pair, Tyler Stamler, Matt Dreyer, as I had previously announced, there was $500 on the line. So Tyler Stamler is $500 richer. It's been a rough day for Matt Dreyer. See, the good news for him is he calls Montana home, so he deals with real money. So you can buy lots of our Canadian play money with that.
You're donating?
All right, we got another donation up here. So Chris Stone is accepting the challenge from Gord Hibner. Another box racer up here dropping off $40. Chris, you're not going to go for the ride with the Hard Knocks team? So Chris is scared to go for a ride with the stunt team. Just want to make that really clear.
Okay, I'll see ante for box.
And now another box racer, Mal Patterson, comes up here and he ups the challenge to $50. So this is a lot of fun, and it's going to add up quick, folks. Doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
The envelope of cash is growing fast. So I'm not sure if we did have a very minor amount of fluid put on the surface in that last pairing, but I see the tractor has made its way off the racing surface and is parked. So we should be getting back to the action here right away. It's going to be Zach Kane and it's going to be Cade Shirk. Cade Shirk with a Turbo LS powered Mustang over there in the right-hand lane. And Zachary Kane out of Callum Bay, Washington. In the Big Block Chevrolet nitrous-assisted Camaro. So these two cars currently qualified right beside each other, separated by just 4/100ths of a second. Cade Shirk in the number 7 spot with a 4:52. Zach Kane in the number 6 position with a 4:48. Zach Kane purging down the nitrous system to a pressure that he's happy with. Cade Shirk once again, turbo combination. So another box racer up here dropping off a $50 bill. Zach Kane forced to get off the throttle, was 107 to the 60-foot. Cade Shirk improves, goes 449. Not going to improve as far as position goes, but he did shave 300s. Was doing 159 miles an hour at the 8th mile finish line. Here comes another turbo car. Tyler Levy. Tyler Levy out of Maple Ridge, BC, just down the road. Tyler Levy on the sheet. The number 9 position with a 4:58. .456. So it takes a couple of hun off. 156 miles an hour. So again, the challenge has been laid down. Let's all donate to a good cause. All funds going to the BC Children's Hospital. Shelly's given us a quick count. Where are we at so far, Shelly?
1, 2, 50. 350. 410.
220 from Door Slammer. And
So far, between box racers and Canada West Door Slammers racers, we've raised over $400. And that's all just been in the last 15 minutes or so. So let's see where we can get by the end of the day. So the challenge has been laid down, but challenge or not, Hard Knock Stunt Team already laid down the challenge for just $40. They'll give you the ride of your life. Eric McCarthy, 546, 150 miles an hour in the right lane. So McCarthy well off of his qualifying number. His earlier 456 has got him in the number 9 spot. Sorry. His earlier 452 has him sitting number 8. Now John Cuglietta in Balboa. Well, good job, everybody. The money's coming in faster than I can keep track of. So we got Real Street making donations now. We've got No Box making donations. We've got Top Comp making donations. So the challenge has widened.
This paper's not big enough.
So back to the track, Cuglietta. In the Turbo Mustang, Cuglietta. Currently on the sheet in the number 10 position with a 460. no improvement there. 481 at 167. The car not wanting to cooperate early in the run. The end result's a 123.60 foot. Now Gary Main. Gary Main on the sheet with a 497. That's got him in the number 12 position. So we're up over $550 donated so far. Great job, everybody. Keep it rolling in. So Gary Main going to make a pass up the right-hand lane. 66 Chevelle. .505, 140 miles an hour. So he's already on the sheet with a better number. That was 497, so no improvement there. Now Justin Collins. Justin Collin out of Airdrie, Alberta. .632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. With some help from On Point Performance and Gen 3 Speed. Nitrous combination. Final little purge of the nitrous. Whoa. So the rear suspension was stretched out pretty good. Car starting to make a move towards the wall. Justin says, no, that's enough for me. So making our way through this substantial Outlaw 275 field. I want to thank all the racers here on the property this weekend for supporting Doorwarz 14. River Valley Ford. Mission's brand new Ford dealership. becoming the track's naming rights sponsor for 2026 and beyond. Now the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Bob Cook now at Lloydminster, Alberta. Turbo LS, 1993 Ford F-150. As Pat Stewart mentioned, making the change in the offseason from a Pro-Charged combination. Now he's gone turbo. Well, the car was, or the truck rather, was certainly soft early in the run. 132 to the 60 foot. So Bob Cook not able to improve on his earlier 518, goes 523 this time. Two more. Trevor Kinsey. Tower side of the black SS Chevelle. And Bree King. So a couple of Albertans. Kinsey out of Calgary. Bree King from Springbrook. Well, we're making a challenge out of it. So Trevor Kinsey, left lane, Bree King, right lane. We are staged. Bree King gives up on the run, car moving around a little bit. Well, she got back in it, wound up going 565. Kinsey gets there first with a 529. Interestingly enough, Trevor Kinsey went 529 on his first hit as well. 529 with a 4, now 529 with a 9. So Bree King now on the sheet, giving us 17 cars on the sheet. So we just had another $100 dropped off up here in the tower. Again, the challenge is out there. Pretty much I'd say it extends to all racers now. Jonathan Day out of Everett, Washington in the Cutlass. A big Oldsmobile Cutlass, 1968 vintage. Not a common car to see an X275, so that just makes it that much cooler. Now Aiden Katnick. Here comes Aiden Katnick for Tom Katnick Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Aiden on the sheet in the number 5 spot with a 447. Nice looking run here. How about 441? Shaves 6/100ths of a second off the number. Goes 161 through the finish line. So Aiden Katnick improves on the number. However, he's going to remain top 5 in the number 5 position. Anthony Katnick now. Check out this 68 Dart. Left side of the racetrack. Love this car. So this car just freshly put back together. As I understand it, not actually qualifying, just making some test passes. Pretty decent looking pole. Again, brand new combination. They're just feeling it out a little bit. That's what testing's all about. 523, 139. So that is going to do it for Outlaw 275 Limited Street. Coming up next. Just going to freshen up the surface a little bit before we roll into Q2 of that.
Somebody over when I went to just do that quick drag.
Hey, we'll call this a very strong suggestion from our race director. Everybody off the track surface. If you don't have a purpose out there, get off the track, please. Everybody leaning against the wall on the track surface, other side of the wall right now. All right, let's try this again. Hey, everyone in front of the tower, attention, all in front of the tower. We need you off the racing surface. Well, our starter, Sheldon, can hear me, but apparently a handful of people down at the starting line. Oh, well, maybe now somebody's passing it on. Yes, we need everyone off the track surface while we do prep. If we're going to be completely honest, there was really no reason for you to be on the track surface even prior to prep.
The only guy that should be on the track surface. Trust me, if I was the sole owner of this place,
Standby call going out to electronics. Electronics, this is your standby call. Here comes Rocco's Diner Limited Street. So again, we have made the standby call for box class. Box class, you guys are on standby. Hey, Pat Stewart, if you're up to it, you can start making your way back to the tower. So first pair, Rocco's Limited Street. So Limited Street, kind of like Outlaw 275. Very much so like Outlaw 275 when it comes to tire size. And from there, there's just a few more limits on how much horsepower you can make in this class. And we start off with Brad Thomas and Max Nielsen. Couple of hitters. Brad Thomas out of Squamish, BC. Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta. Thomas gives up on it instantly. Max Nielsen goes 492, 143 miles an hour. So best number of the weekend so far for Max Nielsen. That 492 puts him in the number 2 spot. Brad Thomas still number 1. Now Matt Robert and Vanessa Richards. Vanessa Richards currently sits number 3 with a 497. Matt Robert sits right behind her in the number 4 spot with a 521. Matt Robert in the ever color changing S10. So side by side, Matt Robert getting there first, 499 beside Vanessa Richards, 501. Good little drag race right there. We'll make the call now for electronics. Electronics, this is your call to the staging lanes. Hey, Pat Stewart. If you want to make your way back to the tower, that would be much appreciated. Never mind, Pat. We've got you covered. James Hatfield now, right-hand lane. Hatfield out of Edmonton. I did not know that Edmonton was in BC. I always thought it was in Alberta. Silly me. Hatfield out of Alberta. I'm just kidding. 008 on the tree. Nice. 515 through the top end, doing 140 miles an hour. Moving right along. You're going to see a single coming at you. Left side of the racetrack this time. Sean Martin in the Pontiac Le Mans. Calls the car baby on board. Nitrous combo, saw the little purge. Goes 553, 127 miles an hour for Sean. Two more for you. Couple of white Fords. Couple of Joshes. Josh Collin in the left lane, Josh Hendrick in the right lane. So Josh Collin out of Calgary, Alberta in the wagon. Josh Hendrick waits around for a little bit before he leaves. Ultimately goes 545 at 127 miles an hour. So no improvement over his earlier 544. Josh Collin left side throws the runaway. So he currently sits number 10, has not been able to make a representative pass so far this weekend. Now Chris McGraw for McGraw Metalworks, behind the wheel of Flipper. Everett Hope in the right lane. Behind the wheel of the Buick. Both cars leave well side by side pretty much the whole way down the racetrack. 563 getting there just a little bit ahead of the 575. So best numbers of the weekend so far for both those cars. So we have made the call for boxcars to the lanes. Reese Picarillo. The right-hand lane, the 55 Chevrolet. Reese goes 650, dead on. 116 miles an hour. Bobby Ehlers, left side, went 655, 118. Of course, I'm talking 8th mile numbers. But they're racing to the quarter mile. So they were much closer together by that point. Reese with a 10:35, Bobby with a 10:36. Now Terry Hootskins and Lane Higginson. Terry Hoogstens goes 1197, 112 miles an hour. Higginson in the right lane, 1072 at 126. That's going to bring up Rob Monroe Jr. and Ryan Ledre, or Ledre rather. Trip zip red for Rob Monroe Jr. Monroe goes 877, 151. Ledre, 1181, 114 miles an hour. Now Josh Klosky rolls up beside the white Mustang. Josh goes 1146, 117. The white Mustang, right-hand lane, 1070 at 124. Now Jason Graw and Sean Langley. So we're going to make a final call for electronics and a standby call for non-electronics. Electronics, final call. We need you now. Electronics, final call to the staging lanes. Standby call for non-electronics. So with that, I'm going to put the microphone down, and I will be back.
So here we go. First round of eliminations for the electronics class. Kristen Baxter, tower side of the racetrack. She's dialed to 641. The little Monza's dialed as 652. Getting the win's going to be the Monza. Vertical side of the racetrack stops the timers with. A 653 at 106 miles an hour. Both going red, but Kristen worse than the Monza. Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack, 64 Ford Falcon, tower side of the racetrack. He's down to 573, going up against Ted Bus from Shawnigan Lake with the 34 Ford Roadster. He's down to 565, getting the win up the top end. It's going to be the Lordco Lane, goes through the 566 with a 9 to the 007 red for Dustin Hunter. Derek Shirk out of Langley, 78 Z28 car, going up against Brody Soares out of Terrace with a 2003 Chevy Cavalier. Brody's dialed to 496 to Derek's 677. Tower side will leave first, and Brody's going to have to try and chase him down. Derek goes 0-3-3 with a 7 red, giving the win to Brody Soares, who had some problems. He's still rolling. I don't know if he's still under power, but he's moving to the next round. Next pair of cars up is Jason Gibson out of Surrey with the 91 Mustang. He's down to 614. He's going up against Greg Dowdy, who's down to 507. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. No box. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box. This is your call to the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. And a standby call going out to Triple Index. Triple Index, standby call for you guys. Jason Gibson goes red, handing the win to Greg Dowdy, who goes through with a 511 at 132 miles an hour. Jason went through with a 615 at 108 miles an hour. Jason was 001 with a 5 red. Colt Lauren out of Mission, the 2007 Race Tech rear engine dragster, 650 cubic inches, big block Chevrolet. Sponsored by Comox Valley Excavating and Morin Motorsports. He's out of 485. He's going up against Ward Heidberg out of Prince Rupert, 63 Chevy 2. Sponsored by Surrey Excavation. Getting the win, it's going to be the Lordco Lane, goes through with a 597. And Colton goes 008 with a 3 red. Jeff Alder out of Shawnigan Lake, 27 Ford Roadster, tower side of the racetrack, style of 657. Going up against Emma Debris, who's dialed a Shawnigan, or she's out of Shawnigan Lake, that 1992 Victory rear engine dragster. Her dial-in's a 535 with an N, with a 535, brought to you by B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, and Bowtie Ventures. And she gets the win, goes through with a 539 on the 535 to Jeff's losing 653 on a 657 dial. A little too quick. Craig Johnson out of Langley, 79 Malibu wagon. likes to wheel stand the car. Brought to you by Johnson Custom Exhausts and BC Scale. He's dialed at 658. Lord Co Lane, Matt Marshall out of Hazleton. He's dialed a 538. Sponsored by Western Fraser Concrete, Terrace Ready Mix, Napa, Houston, Valkyne Transport, and Quick Tech Race Cars. Both drivers taking their time staging the cars. There goes the tree. Matt goes red. Craig, 031 to the good, runs a 658 on a 658 dial. 658 with a 6. Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, 2001 rear engine, Cameron rear engine dragster. He's out of 465. He'll be going up against Brad Vinci out of Langley, 68 Camaro. The BNC Racing Team. Brad's dialed to 684. Jeremy's dialed to 465. Vinci goes red. Jeremy Soares advancing to round number 2, goes 465. Dead on 2 on a 465 dial-in. Brad went 685 on an 84 dial-in, but he was 007 with a 4 red. Al Quigley coming up next. Al Quigley out of Alder Grove with a 23 M&M rear engine dragster. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. He's dialed a 424. Shay's dialed a 561 with that front motor dragster over in the Lord Co Lane. Lane. Al goes with a 447. It's 424. Shay goes 676 on a 561 dial. Reaction times weren't stellar by either driver, but the win went to Quigley, advancing to round number 2. Ken Peugeot out of Abbotsford, 26 Race Tech rear engine dragster. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. She's dialed a 453. Lord Co Lane, Lincoln Rutherford, out of Wembley, BC, with a 71 Ford Pinto, who's dialed a 605. Getting the win, it's going to be the Lord Co Lane. Lincoln went through with a 608 on a 605 dial at 111 miles an hour. He had an 015 reaction time. Tammy, she had a 103. She went through with a 452, a little too quick, and a little tardy on the line. So Lincoln advances to the next round. Mike Stewart, out of Langley, 67 Chevy 2, called it Chicklet. Sponsored by Ken Specialty Auto, Gibson Transmission, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Big Al Motorsports. He's down at 640. He's going up against Jim Banky, who goes 009 with a 6, red, giving the win to Bucky. Bucky goes through with a 643 with a 3, 106 miles an hour to Jim 641 on a 641 dial, but he went red. Next pair of cars, Jessica Armstrong out of Chilliwack, 75 Dodge Dart, Tower Side, 318 under the hood. She's dialed an 849. Armstrong Family Racing going up against Brendan Pistachuk out of Burnaby, 1990 Ford Mustang, sponsored by Buick Racing and Motoring Canada. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the lanes for laddering. Triple index, your call to the staging lanes for laddering for your first round of eliminations. Top Cop, you're on standby. Top Cop, standby. Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack, 64 Falcon, Tower side of the racetrack. It's Falcon Fast. Style of 572. Going up against Bobby Ellers out of Maple Ridge, the 89 Chef Stang. Sponsored by McGraw Metalworks. Al Lift Inspectors, Albion Tireland, and Lions Auto Credit. Whole shot here. Let's see if it pays off up at the top end. And getting the win, it's gonna be Dustin Hunter goes 573 on a 72 dial. Bobby went a little too quick. He got 654 with a 5 on a 655 dial. He did have the whole shot. He had a 009 reaction time. Steve Baskerville out of West Van. He's driving his pickup truck because he had some problems with his Malibu today. He's out of the 1068 with the pickup truck. Andy Klosky out of Quesnel, the 65 Chevelle. He's dialed a 618 over in the Lordco lane. So the TCS side of the track, pickup truck takes off, and he's waiting, he's off. Getting close up the top end, getting the win, it's gonna be Lordco Lane. And he goes through with a 619 with a 5 on a 618 dial. He had an 055 reaction time. Steve Baskerville, he went through with a 1013 on a 1068 dial. He had a 394 with a 7 reaction time. Eric Hansen out of North Van, the 68 Dodge Dart, Tower side of the racetrack. John Tabat out of Maple Ridge with his 89 S10. He's dialed to 658. Eric's dialed to 764. Starter and crew just clean up a little bit of a mess there. Be in motion to stage. Eric goes 001 red. John goes 005 red, but Eric is better and gets the win and advances to the next round. 765 with a 3 to John's losing 658 with a 4 on a 658 dial. Nick Barnhart out of Delta, 79 Mustang. He's dialed a 690 over here in the TCS lane. Sylvia Hookson's out of Maple Ridge, 66 Ford Mustang. She's dialed a 763 in the Lordco lane. See that up the leaderboard, top end of the racetrack. Getting the win up at the top end is Nick Barnhart. Goes through with a 691 with a 6 on a 690 dial. Had a 004 reaction time to Sylvia's 766 on her 763. She had a 152 reaction time. Oh, what's that? Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington with a 2000 Mustang. In the TCS lanes, down to 683. Going up against Dan Piszczek out of Burnaby with the 88 Mustang, who's dialed in 870. Jim Stahl going red, giving Dan the win. Both going through. Dan goes through with a 919 on his 870 dial. And Jim went through with a 681 too quick on a 683, but he was also 002 with a 2 red. Jamie Wellwood out of Maple Ridge, 32 Bantam Roadster. Sponsored by TNT Auto Parts. He's dialed a 527. He's going up against Loren Schwartz out of Langley, an 83 Monte Carlo, 462 cubic inches. Sponsored by Derek Shirk and Bubba's. He's dialed a 644 in the Lordco lane. Drivers taking their time staging their vehicles. Lordco lane will leave first. Jamie Wellwood. Now, let's see if he can get around him up at the top end. And Jamie goes 0-1-1 with a 7 red, giving Loren Schwartz the automatic win. So Lorenz moves on to round number 2. Next up is Gordon Baxter. He's dialed a 548, TCS side of the racetrack. Veronica Hutchinson's out of Mission City with a 69 Dodge. She's dialed a 748. And the win at the top end is going to be Gordon Baxter. He had a no 18 reaction time. It was 550 on his 548 dial. Veronica, she dialed a 748, went 749, but she was a little tardy on the tree with a 138 reaction time. Rob Hodgson up next. TCS side of the racetrack out of Mission City, 67 Chevrolet Plymouth Belvedere. Going up again. Ben Myers Green out of Nanaimo with the 83 Mustang. Ben's down 805, Rob 671. Getting the win at the top end, it's going to be Rob Hodgson. Goes through the 675 on a 71 dial. Ben with a losing 818 on his 805 dial. Craig Johnson out of Langley, 79 Malibu wagon. He's down to 660. And Darren Martin out of New West with the 05 Sierra is down to 1078. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hey, Top Cop, this is your call to the lanes, the staging lanes to be laddered. Top Cop to the staging lanes to be laddered. 009 with a 7 red, and a Craig Johnson, the automatic win. Johnson goes through with a 658 with an 8 on a 660 dial, but his opponent red lit, so he advances to round number 2. Mel Patterson out of Maple Ridge, a 68 Acadian. TCS Lane, he's dialed a 657, sponsored by Albion Tireland of Maple Ridge, Valve Line Express Care. Rebecca Powell out of Lyndon, Washington with the 93 Chevy Blazer. She dialed a 675. Getting the win was Mel Patterson with the 68 Acadian. Went through with the 670 on his 57 dial. Rebecca went through with the 678 on her 675 dial. Josh Klosky out of Quinnell, Quinnell, the 90 Blazer. Chevy Blazer, dialed a 735. Chris Stone out of Mission, 68 Dodge Dart, is dialed a 643. Getting the win is Chris Stone, goes through with a 643 with a 3 on his 43 dial. Hit a 106 reaction time. Josh had a 028 reaction time, but went 731 on his 35. He was 4 under. Kevin McCauley out of Maple Ridge, an 81. It's a Oldsmobile. Dialed to 748. Up against Jeff Woodward. He's dialed to 594. 84 Chevy S10. Getting the win is the Lord Lane goes through with a 598 on his 94 dial. Had a 014 reaction time. Kevin had a 004 reaction time, but went 745 too quick on a 748 dial. Jeff Nyland out of Chilliwack, 85 S10, tower side of the racetrack, 355 cubic inches Chevrolet, 677 dial in for him. And then Matt Warner out of Sumas, Washington, with a 66 Mercury, dial to 659. Pretty much locked together. Getting the win up the top end is going to be Matt Warner. Goes through with a 662 on a 659 dial. Had a 035 reaction time. Jeff Nyland, he went 676 on his 77, 1 under. Okay, you're going to triple index class now. Tyler Smith out of Abbotsford, dialed 750. Brian Ledrette, dialed 750. Brian goes red, handing the win to Tyler Smith. Smith goes through with a 757 and advances to the next round. Jan Christensen out of Langley. He's dialed a 550 with his 67 Chevrolet Nova. Scott Gladichuk with the 91 Mustang called Snoopy's, dialed to 650. Side by side, you hear Jan off the throttle. Jan gets the win, goes up there with a 562 with a 2. Advancing to round round number 2. Scott went through and went 671 on his 650. Better reaction time going to Jen, a 42 to an 81. Andy Klosky out of Quesnel, he's got a 650. And Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington's dialed 750. And Andy Klosky goes 014 red, handing the win to Sean Langley. Sean goes through with a 747, a little quicker than his 50, but Andy, red lit, he saw the green light, drove it through. John Tabat over in the Lordco lane with his S10, styled 750. Reese Picarillo with his 55 Chevrolet, he's dialed a 650. And John advances to the next round. He goes 764 on his 750 dial. Reese went 649 on his 51 under, but he had a 244 reaction time. John had a 003 with a 6 reaction time. Big hole shot. So Rob Monroe out of Langley gets a single with that 31 Model A, advancing to the next round of eliminations. So just doing a little bit of a drag out there on the racetrack with the tractor. Then we'll bring it up top comp for their first round of eliminations. Great having Thomas up here this weekend, learning a lot from him. Every time he comes here, he gives us an education. He schools us. Track Prep 101 does an awesome job. Top Comp still getting laddered up at the back of the lanes. Doorwarz 14. It's turned out to be a pretty nice day, especially from yesterday, the way weather was. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hey, Pro Mod, standby call for you guys. And that also means Top Fuel Harley, it's a standby call for you. Pro Mod, standby call for you guys. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, standby call. So we got Colton Moore, tower side of the racetrack with his rear engine dragster, going up against Jay Severson with the Dakota pickup truck. So Colton's dialed a 488 and Jay is dialed a 489. One off of each other's dial. Shot here. Let's see if it pays off up the top end. And it doesn't. Colton goes 485 with an 8 on a 488 dial. He had a 12 reaction time. Jay went 487. They both went under, but Jay, closer to his number, advances to round number 2 in top comp. Next up is Poe Freeborn out of Courtney, the 2021 American Rear Engine Dragster, sponsored by Comox Valley Excavating. He's dialed a 429. Reaction time, stops the timers with a 4, runs his number 429 with a 4. Bang on the number. Next pair of cars, Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington, 1992 Firebird, tower side of the racetrack. He's dialed a 524. He's going up against Daniel Rodrigue out of Chilliwack with a TNT rear engine dragster who's dialed a 450. And the win up the top end, it's gonna be Mike Kenworthy goes through with a 5:29. With a 9, and no 11 reaction time. Dan goes through with a 4:52. Hit a 009 reaction time. Logan Bell out of Courtney with that 2018 American Rear Engine Drag Series dial of 446. Going up against Emma Debris Cruz out of Shawnigan Lake, the 1992 Victory. Emma's dialed a 536. Logan a 446, so the Lordco lane will leave first. Getting the win, it's going to be Emma. She goes through with a 530. Bang on, 536 with a 3. Head on 3. Logan went through with a 450. Emma with the better reaction time, a 34 reaction time to Logan's 61. But she went through a bang on 3. 536 with a 3. Derek Short was supposed to go up against Glenn Monahan, but Glenn was broke, so Derek advances to round number 2 on a competition single. He's out of Langley, BC, the 2022 Mullis. 582 cubic inches of Sunset motor. It goes through the 438 with a 1. He had a no 11 reaction time. Next pair of cars, you've got the 49 Ford over here in the TCS lane from Wembley, Alberta. James Rutherford. He's down to 505. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mods, you're called to the staging lanes. Pro Mods, you're called to the staging lanes. Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, the 2001 Cameron Rear Engine Drag Series down to 465. James Rutherford a 505. And the win up the top end, it's going to be the Lordco lane. Jeremy goes through with a 465. Bang on 6. 13 reaction time. James had a 17 reaction time. And bang on 4 on a 505 reaction time. Paul Soares out of Terrace, the 55 Chevrolet. Quick Tech Race Cars, Dallas, 479, TCS lane. G-Van Brar out of Surrey, 2016 Undercover Rear Engine Dragster. He's dialed 5 flat. So Pro Mod, you guys should be making your way to the staging lanes. Pro Mod to the staging lanes. A bit of a hole shot there. Let's see what happens up the 8 mile mark. And it's good. G-Van had a 004 reaction time, goes through 5 flat dead on 9. Oh, wow. Paul Soares goes 479 dead on 3, but he had a 20 reaction time to the 004 for G-Van. Okay, racers, don't forget, we're still taking donations up here in the tower for the Children's Hospital. The BC Children's Hospital, we've had a lot of people come up and make donations already. A lot of racers have challenged top comp. What other classes, Bo, they have been challenged? No box, no box. Real street. Everybody from every class has come up and donated money, and also has put a challenge out to all you other racers to come on up here and donate some money for the BC Children's Hospital. It's a very good cause. Getting the win there is Lincoln Shirt, goes through with a dead on 3 on a 485 dial, had a 36 reaction time. Erin Young, she had a 493 was her dial. She went 494. She had a 32 reaction time. But Lincoln was dead on. Brad Powell's up next out of Linden, Washington with the rear engine dragster. He's dialed a 462. He's going up against Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford. The 2005 Mondin rear-engine dragster, 582 cubic inches. Brought to you by Rad Torque. His dial 507, so he'll get the lead first. Almost a heads-up lead. Getting the win is going to be Greg Dowdy. Goes, oh, wow. Bang on 4, 507 with a 4, had a 36 reaction time. Brad went 464 with a no. He had a 39 reaction time. So Greg advancing to the next round. So we're going to be doing a little bit of track prep right now. Getting ready for the pro mods. They all should be in the staging lanes. Hope you all been down to the souvenir stand or the pro shop there to get your Doorwarz 2014 t-shirts or hoodies. They're actually looking pretty good. So, still doing a little bit of track prep out there. And once that's done, we'll be moving into the Pro Mod category. For their final qualifier, next time we see them after this round of qualifying, it'll be their first round of eliminations. Okay. So we got 7 cars here in the Pro Mod category. Number 1 qualifier currently is Eric Halverson with his 371. Next is Scott Blake with his 373, followed by Mike Gonzola with a 383, then Nick Duda with a 384, Jake with a 399, Rick Barnhart with a 408, and Dale Peterson with a 412. See if there's some changing on this qualifying session, because I know there'll be a lot of people wanting to hit that number 1 spot because they would get a bye because there's only 7 cars.
How you doing, Wally?
I'm okay.
You can still talk, so I haven't
still
left you
talk.
up here too long.
No, you didn't. What was that thing in, what happened there?
How about that?
What happened there?
So I'm just so glad I didn't find a way to go red on a Pro 4/10 tree. I did not guess. I just threw it in there super deep and ugly. Probably really close to rolling through to come up 003 on a Pro 4/10 tree, but I got to say that was a lot of fun racing that way. I kind of I was like a manual throttle stop car. No controls other than my right foot.
That was it.
As soon as I left, I got out of the gas, turned around and waited for him to leave, and then slowly started getting back into it after a very short shift.
Well, I'm going to go down because I'm going to fire off the Pro Mod cars, so thank you. I just went through and see if there's any changes in the qualifying here. I know it'll be a big fight to be the number 1 qualifier because they'll get a bye in the first round. Thank you, John, for coming back.
My pleasure, Wally. Hey, listen up in the pits. We're going to go ahead and make the call for Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Top Fuel Harleys, come on down. We're going to give a standby call to our Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Once again, Top Fuel Harley Davidson, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes, please. So I can't make any promises, but I saw Damian Cowan warming up the bike. So I don't know about you, but I've got my fingers crossed we're going to see him roll on up here for Q2. So final round of qualifying coming up for Pro Mods. Well, it'll be the final round for anybody that's still qualifying other than Top Fuel Harley. This will be Q number 2 for them. They'll have one more qualifier coming up a little later on today. So at this point, it's going to be Q3 for Pro Mod, followed by Q2 for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, followed by Q3 for Door Slammers. Door Slammers will then be done for the day. We'll then roll into Q3 for Outlaw 275, followed by Q3 for Limited Street. And then round one of eliminations for Real Street. At that point, everything you see other than Top Fuel Harley will be eliminations.
Is this for the
So the cash continues to roll into the tower. So we're getting donations from all classes of cars. And again, the challenge has been laid down. $50 is kind of the norm. We just had the Stamblers come up here and make a $100 donation from the Stamblers in the X275 class. So we'll just throw that challenge out there. If any X275 guys are looking to match that. So what's the grand total that we're at so far? Uh-oh, we got to do the math. So he's currently adding it up. Seeing little whiffs of smoke coming out of his left ear. Grand total of $800 so far. Thank you very much, racers. On behalf of the Hard Knocks stunt team, they are thrilled with this news. They're out there offering rides for $40 a head, and they were very pleased to find out that people have just been on a nonstop basis coming on up here with $50 and $100 bills. So the best news is at the end of the day, it's going to be a nice donation made to the BC Children's Hospital. So big thanks to all the racers for donating. And big thanks, of course, to the Hard Knocks stunt team. So again, for just $40, you can go for a thrill ride with a professional stunt car driver. One of our tower girls, Hanan, went and took part a little earlier, and she was pretty thrilled. I do believe we are ready to go. Race director Wally DePerrin gives the first pair the signal to fire up the engines. It's going to be Jake Skasilis, easy for me to say, and Rick Barnhart. Barnhart will be Tower Lane. Behind the wheel of his Mach 1 Mustang. Turbo combination. Jake Skasilis, that blue Corvette. So 7 cars on the sheet. Barnhart currently sits number 6 with a best of 408 so far. Skasilis just above him with a best of 399. So we're just starting to get into that good evening air. Will the qualifying ladder get shuffled around? We'll know very soon. Skasilis improves. How about 396, 186 miles an hour. Barnhart forced to get out of it, coast across at 129, putting a 445 on the reader board. Skasilis will remain number 5. So nice opening pair. Got 2 more. Just about ready to fire up. It's going to be our number 1 qualifier coming at us left side of the racetrack. Eric Halverson. So Halverson, our number 1 qualifier, went 371. The best of 201 miles an hour. Scott Blake just 2/100ths of a second behind him with a 373. Then it's Mike Gonziola rounding out the top 3 with a 386. It's going to be Dale Peterson coming at us in the right-hand lane. He's run a best of 412 so far. Will no doubt be looking to improve. If he can go 408 or better, he'll improve his qualifying position. So top 5 cars all in the 3s. Well, hey, got some news for you. We got a challenge going out to Top Comp. Derek Shirk just came up here and made a $300 donation on behalf of his 3 kids. Halverson goes 370 with a 0, 202 miles an hour. How about that? Nice lick. Dale Peterson, once again, forced to get out of it early, coast across the finish line. But check out Halverson. 0.925 to the 60-foot. That is a stout number. Then again, at the finish line, 3.703, 202.43 miles an hour. Nicely done. So Halverson not only hangs on to the number 1 position, but improves his number. Here comes number 2 guy, Scott Blake. So in case you didn't hear, I'll pause for burnout. So Derek Shirk just threw out a challenge to all those running top comp. Shirk just came up here with 3 brown $100 bills, donated 300 bucks. That's 100 bucks for each one of his sons. He throws out the challenge to all the top comp racers to, well, either match him or better him. But that certainly boosts the top end number. We just went from 800 donated to 1,100 donated, just like that. So Charles is up here with the Hard Knock Stunt team, and he's just blown away by the generosity of the racers here today and wants to extend a huge thank you to everybody donating. But the day is still young, so to speak, so plenty of time for you to come up and be a part of this. So qualifiers number 2 and 3, Scott Blake and Mike Gonziola. Scott Blake improves but does not move. He goes 371, 202 miles an hour. Nicely done. Gonziola goes 385, 197, does not improve as he's already gone 383 for the weekend. So both our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers do improve ET-wise, but they'll remain number 1 and number 2 respectively. So Scott Blake, 002 on the starting line. That'll definitely help once we get into eliminations. Then 0.936 to the 60-foot mark. And at the finish line, 3.71 seconds, 202.7 miles an hour. Beautiful looking run. And here comes a turbo car. When compared to a blower car or a nitrous car, turbo cars are just, they sound very unassuming. Rather than being almost offensively loud, they just kind of purr. So Nick Duda, the 393 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Far from exotic. But he has figured out how to make this thing work. So Dudon, number 4 qualifier with a 384. So just 1/100th away, less than 1/100th away from taking away the number 3 spot from Mike Gonziola. So this will be a single. Lordco side of the racetrack, right-hand lane. Well, that was, we'll say short of impressive. So just got another text up here in the tower. The Marshall family has donated 100 bucks. And they're throwing out the challenge to all the other junior racer families that just happen to be on the property. That'll bring our total so far to 1,200 bucks. So, that wraps up qualifying for Pro Mod. So Eric Halverson remains number 1, and in a 7-car field, that's pretty valuable, because he's going to get the one and only bye in round 1. That'll also mean that Scott Blake will be taking on Dale Peterson. Rick Barnhart will face Mike Gonziola, and Nick Duda and Jake Skasilis will face off. There's your round one pairings. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Door slammers. This is your call to staging lane. Door slammers, come on down to the lanes. You know the drill. Door slammers to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. Please fill out 3 and 4 first. Once again, Canada West door slammers. We need you now.
Talking to Dana Meeks before this hit, and he is on pass number 4 of his relicensing for Top Fuel Harley with the NHRA. So he says he's going to go about 1,000 feet on this one.
Very cool.
That bike sat for years in a museum somewhere in Oregon State, waiting for a Bob Malloy crank to show up. It took 2 years to get it. They finally got it, I think, in the beginning of 2025, and started engineering.
So very cool. Again, this is a licensing pass. Will not count before or towards qualifying for today's race, or this weekend's race, rather.
.721 on and off the throttle, back across the, took the long way down the left lane.
Just a little bit, was getting kind of close to the wall, but he kept that throttle twisted and put it back in the center. Nice looking run, nice job.
Can you please, when you have a second, let our VIP pass holders know that their dinner has been served? There were 2 of them upstairs, and dinner is there, so.
How many VIPs are we looking for?
25? Maybe just over?
Hey, listen up. VIP pass holders, VIP pass holders. Dinner is served on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. Once again, VIP pass holders, listen up. Dinner is now served, 3rd floor of the timing tower.
Looks like Ron Billett is going on a single again this pass. His team out in Nanaimo, the Nitroholics. See what he can do. He's worked a long time.
So again, single coming at us, Ron Billett out of Nanaimo. Right-hand lane.
He was telling me he was having problems with the bike, that it kept on shutting fuel off at 1,000 feet. They looked at some data, and hopefully they made the right adjustments, and he can take it a full 13, 20, get a 6. Not this one.
No, that just didn't sound right.
The bike is off.
So the bike has gone quiet. Not sure. Doesn't really look like he's going to have enough momentum to make it to the turn. So Ron's...
he's taking the first exit, so we're good.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. So Ron Billett is on the sheet, currently in the number 5 position. He'll get one more chance to improve on that before the day is over.
Coming up, waiting for the order to fire him up, is Fast Lanes Racing's Austin Christopher in the Lordco lane against Jim Schellenberg, Rip It Up Racing in the TCS lane.
So that'll be qualifiers 2 and 3. Austin Christopher on the sheet with a 6:45 at just 185 miles an hour. So less than a full pull, certainly mile per hour wise for Austin Christopher and team, the whole Fast Lane Racing team. Jim Schellenberg, 677, 191. That's a pretty strong number for Jim, I would say. So.
Oh, Jim can do better. And
oh, absolutely.
He will, and the conditions are good, like we said earlier. I'm sure Ron looked at the data on that first lane, qualifying him, and has made significant changes.
Yes, I would 100% agree with that statement. So it's going to be Austin Christopher in the right lane, Jim Schellenberg in the left. Both riders look over, give the nod that they're ready. The burnouts are done. The radar collision getting on board this weekend with Ron Howney and team.
Austin had him 6:36. Yeah, Ron made adjustments.
Yes, he did. 226 miles an hour at the finish line, so that's an increase of about 40 miles an hour.
660 for Jimmy for at 199 and change. Let's just say 200. 199.91.
So get a load of this. Austin Christopher takes over the number 1 spot by 0.03 of a second. So both Austin and Nate on the sheet with 6:36s. Austin Christopher was just 0.03 of a second quicker at the finish line, so he takes over the number 1 spot. And Jim Schellenberg certainly did improve, did he not?
Yes, he did. And don't forget, we have the wild card ready to fire up right now, Damien Cowden. So things could change real quick here, John.
Absolutely they could. So Damien Cowden coming up now, right-hand lane. Very a unique exhaust layout on this bike. I am a big fan of it.
Especially at night, like you said. When
Yes.
when he's kept those wicks lit, the whole 1,320 feet, the yellow and green flames are something else.
And the exhaust pipes come out side by side, right at about the rider's waist.
All the thrust going down on the front of the bike.
Well, that sounded healthy.
It doesn't sound like you're...
So
He was there. He was there.
things started off fairly stout, then started to miss a little bit before the 8th mile, I would say. And he was forced to give up on it shortly after that.
Now you got the big kids up here, both of them, Pete and Nate. Brought to you by Rad Torx Racing Systems. This race is also sponsored by Big Kids Racing and Comox Valley Excavating, with a contingency prize brought by you guys for the #1 qualifier of $500. And #1 qualifier has another contingency prize for Water Spirits for the #1 qualifier and
Very, very cool. So I know in conversations I've had with Nate, the whole trick to making a good run on one of these things is you've got to feed it massive amounts of fuel to get it out of the hole, and then at a certain point in the run, you got to start doing the opposite, pulling fuel away, and often the challenge is to be able to pull it away quick enough to keep both holes lit the whole way down the track. Oh, very, very cool. Big kids racing both sides of the racetrack. Qualifying round number 2. We'll see these guys come back one more time this afternoon. And they'll be into eliminations tomorrow. So Nate currently sits number 2, just 0.03 of a second out of the #1 spot. I can assure you, he wants nothing less than to grab that back from Austin Christopher. Not quite, but a nice lap nonetheless.
640 at 222, and Pete a 675 at 208. Both decent runs. We have one more. It'll be a little cooler. Probably, what time is it now? What we're going to look at? Probably another hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah. So let's see what the conditions might change a little bit, but I think they're probably going to stay the same. So, anyways, thank you, John. It's been a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine, Bill. Come on back for round number 3. So there we go. 6 bikes on the sheet. Austin Christopher, #1. Nate Gagnon, #2. Jim Schellenberg rounding out the top 3. Then in the #4 position, it is Pete Waugh, followed by Ron Billett, and Damian Cowden sits at the bottom for now.
Really?
Because it smokes.
So Steve Abusini getting a little too close to that center line. Forced to let go of the throttle. Throws the run away. Associated Tire, Canada West Door Slammers coming at us next, folks. Standby call for Outlaw 275 along with Limited Street. Standby call. First pair. Third and final round of qualifying for Canada West Door Slammers. So third and final round today for Canada West Door Slammers. They will get one more qualifier tomorrow before they roll into elims. Roger Winter, 911, coasting across just 138 miles an hour. James Kennedy, check that out, 687, 200 miles an hour behind the wheel of Big Barry. Kennedy moves up to the number 2 spot. Nicely done. Chris Stone, Cam Chance. Stone with a nice 10 light. Cam Chance well ahead, 7:13. Chris Stone goes 8:64. Stone finds 4/100ths of a second. Chad Hops and Scott Robinson now. Chad Hops, left side. Scott Robinson, right side. Hops in the TCS lane. Robinson in the Lordco lane. So burnouts are done. Chad Hops, Scott Robinson. Hops in the black, first gen S10. Great looking truck. Scotty was ready to go. How about 003 on the starting line? And at the finish line, 770 with a 0. Doing 177 miles an hour. 788 at 172 for Chad Hops. And that'll bring up our next pair. Another S10. This time a second gen. That's Kerry Young in the right lane. Otto Schulte, tower side. Schulte still cruising. Wants to thank Georgia Straight Collision, Associated Tire, Lordco Auto Parts, Oldham Brown, Hearing Life, and Rondex. Schulte just kills the tree. 003 and 746, 182 miles an hour through the finish line. Kerry Young was a very solid 018 to initiate the run, then 834 at 159. That's going to bring up Andy Hatton and Paul Debris Jr. Paul Debris Jr. for Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Lake Trucking. 66 Valiant that at one time, way back in the early days of Pro Mod, was a Pro Mod. Debris red by 8 thou. $824 for Andy Hatton gets there ahead of the $846 for Paul Debris. Poe Freeborn and Henry Zacharias. Zacharias, right-hand lane. In the Corvette. Freeborn over here, Tower Side, TCS lane, in the Shelby. Poe lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. So you see all that smoke from the, or in the shutdown, that would be the Hard Knock stunt team. There is still time. For just $40, you can go for a ride with them. They would love to have you again. We're raising money for the BC Children's Hospital. And if you don't really want the ride, well, just come see us up here in the tower. We'll take your cash. Challenge has been laid down by many number of racers. Started out at $40 donations. Now $100 donations have kind of become the norm. So back to the track, we've got Peter Lacanis and we've got Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe in the right lane. Lacanis in the 55, the chop down 55 for Transporters Logistics. Steve Lowe didn't miss the tree, 003 with a 1. Peter at the top end with a 760, getting there first, 174 miles an hour. Steve Lowe, 789 at 172. Now Dale Phillips. His wife Heather Phillips started this whole donating thing. Thank you very much, Heather. From everybody. Started a pretty nice little trend. I believe our total right now is at 1,200 and we expect it to go higher, 1,250. Again, the Hard Knock stunt team out here freely donating their time and equipment to give out ride-alongs, the drift to gift. So rather than a pair, we'll send him as 2 singles. Fredrickson goes 7:14 at 193 miles per hour. Two more for you. Brian Ritchie and Mike Bedsworth. Bedsworth in the right lane. Ritchie in the left. Again, can't say enough about Big Steel Box. Big Steel Box bringing us Doorwarz 14 here at Mission. Both drivers leaving well, 013 and 015. Bedsworth goes 710, 191 miles an hour. Not going to improve on his earlier 708. Brian Ritchie with a 786 at 171 miles an hour. So that's 786 for Brian Ritchie, his best number of the day. Now Paul Stretch and Brody Soares. Paul Stretch, right-hand lane. The 2002 Chevrolet Cavalier for Mid-Island Racing. Two-time Door Slammers champion. Tower side from Terrace, BC, we've got Brody Soares, also in a Cavalier. How about that? Paul Stretch, 718, 192 miles an hour. He was 5 thou red, leaving the starting line. Brody Soares with a 16 late to start things off. Then 772 through the finish line, doing a $179. Now Rod Leclerc and Darren Buick. Rod Leclerc, our #1 qualifier, with a 669. Rod Leclerc, nitrous combo over here tower side, just 598 cubic inches. I say just 598 cubic inches because many nitrous combos are huge, huge engines. Rod Leclerc with a good looking lap. How about 670, 202 miles an hour. Darren Buick goes 813 on that pass. So best run of the day for Darren Buick.
Hey, Thomas, you guys are all good to go now for 270.
And that is going to put Q3 for Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers in the books. And with that, we're going to go ahead and make the call for Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275. Come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 for Outlaw 275. We're also going to make the call for Limited Street. Lanes 1 and 2 for Limited Street. And Real Street, we're going to get you to hold off just a little bit till we have a little more room back there. Real Street, you're going to be coming up For elimination round number 1, you guys are on a ladder. Hence why we want to leave you a little bit of room. So, Real Street, you are on standby. Outlaw 275, you have been called to the lanes. Limited Street, you have been called to the lanes. We'll take Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4, and we will take Limited Street in lanes 1 and 2. Real Street, this is your standby call. Hey, listen up. VIP ticket holders. Your dinner is served. Third floor of the timing tower. So while it's still quiet, just want to
From the Robert family.
pass on how happy we are for Lincoln Shirk. So Lincoln Shirk just narrowly escaped going to jail, wound up on probation for a couple of years. As I understand it, the offense was stealing lollipops from toddlers or something like that. I'm not sure what he did.
Robert Kinsey.
But whatever the case was, we're very happy that Lincoln was able to get lawyered up and avoid going to jail. So we're good to see him out here today. So shout out to the Kinsley family, along with the Robert family and the Flag family. The cash continues to roll in. So here we go, final round of qualifying for Outlaw 275. Justin Collin gets down the track, 4:53 with a 3:160. That's going to put him number 9. So 17 cars on the sheet. So Matt Marshall and Quick Tech Race Cars, another $100 donation. So apparently Justin Collins going to need a little bit of help exiting the track. Apparently he's up there at the top end with a flat tire. Did not quite make it off the racing surface. So we're going to put things on hold for just a moment. We'll get him fixed up right quick. So building automated systems, bringing us Outlaw 275 here at Doorwarz 14. Big steel box, stepping up big time to become the title sponsor of Doorwarz 14. Here, are you looking for extra space without the hassle? Big steel box makes storage simple with clean, secure, weather-resistant storage containers available for your home or business. Whether you're moving, renovating, or just need more room, they'll deliver a storage container right to your location. And when you're done, they'll pick it up. With flexible rental options and convenient service, Big Steel Box takes the stress out of storage. With locations across Canada, there's a Big Steel Box near you. Find them at bigsteelbox.com. So based on the chatter I'm hearing on the radios, sounds like we might have a little bit of fluid on the racing surface. In the shutdown, though, not on the actual racetrack. So as to how much, how extensive, I'm not sure yet. but just kind of giving you a little heads up that we might be taking a little break here.
Not 275 Pro Mod stuff. I mean, we'll probably get through box, no box, and real street and triple stacks. Those shouldn't be that bad. There's only there's 4 rounds of box, no box left, and 3 rounds of triple index and 4 rounds of real street.
Oh, that's doable.
I'd like to get through at least 1 round of eliminations of Pro Mod. Probably 2 rounds of 275 unlimited if possible. They don't mind running a little later.
No.
Pro Mod guys don't want to run that late. We're done Door Slammer now.
Yep.
Top Comp's got 4 rounds left. Same thing if we can get through as much of it. Not like tomorrow's going to be a hectic day. It's box, no box, and Door Slammer. Top Fuel Harley. So if anything, adding few things in is not a bad thing. I mean, we didn't start till 10:50.
So safety working very hard to get us back to the racing. The word on the radio is it's not that bad. We could be looking at as little as 10 minutes, so that's some very good news. So, final round of qualifying for Outlaw 275. Following them will be final round of qualifying for Limited Street. Then at that point, we roll into eliminations for everything but Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. So speaking of Top Fuel Harleys, Fast Lane Racing and Ron Howney and Austin Christopher want to thank Radar Collision Group for sponsoring us at this race. In addition to their regular sponsors, Redline Oil, Bessie Marine, Coldwater Spirits, Tedco Electric, Maximum Collision in Abbotsford, Hammer Time Sheet Metal, Fraser Truck and Trailer Repair, and Road End Farms. So again, we'll see the Top Fuel Harley teams coming back up for another round of qualifying. Well, we are back at it. Pair number 2 here in queue number 3. Bree King and Trevor Kinsey. Trevor Kinsey in the right-hand lane out of Calgary, Alberta. Bree King in the left-hand lane out of Springbrook, Alberta. Mustang versus Chevelle. So Trevor Kinsey and Bree King currently qualified number 15 and 16 respectively. So Kinsey in at 5:29, King in at 5:65. How about that, Bree King? With a 4:48, shaves like a full second off of her number. Moves all the way up to the number 6 spot. 4:48, 161 miles an hour for Bree King. Nice lap. Trevor Kinsey matches his earlier 5:29. So he's going to remain number 16. Now Bob Cook, the F-150 pickup truck. Bob Cook on a nice looking run. How about 470? 154 miles an hour, best number of the weekend, or the day rather, for Bob Cook. Now John Cuglietta. Cuglietta currently on the sheet with a 460 at 168. That's got him in the number 12 spot. Thinking he'll be looking to move up. Cuglietta and Balboa. And he runs another 458. How about that? This one was a little better, though. It was with a 5. So Cuglietta will remain number 12. Little bobble off the start. Not 100% sure whether he was thinking wheel spin and that was a quick little pedal or exactly what happened there, but so Kevin Ness up here saw the whole thing and he agrees with me. An extremely quick pedal. Nice catch. Now Gary Main and Tyler Levy. Gary Main, tower side of the racetrack. The big Chevelle. Not a common car to see an X275. Gary Main has run a best of 497, 141 miles an hour. Currently sits number 15. Tyler Levy's our number 11 qualifier. Went 456. Again, final round of qualifying. Anybody looking to make a move has got to make it now. Tyler Levy leads the way, goes 456. So Levy improves by 1/100th. Gary Main does not improve, went 5 seconds exactly. So he'll stand pat on his earlier 497. Now Matt Dreyer. For the first time, Matt Dreyer not involved in a grudge match. In fact, he's not even going to have anybody in the other lane. So Matt Dreyer out of Kalispell, Montana. Matt Dreyer having to wrestle the car back into the middle of the groove, but he gets a good run. How about 433 and how about 166? So Matt Dreyer cracks the top 5 with that run.
Well, he had a blown tire.
So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Real Street. Real Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Real Street. You guys are on a ladder, so please report to the rear of staging. Ken Lowe will pair you up as you arrive. Real Street. Monroe family, Real Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Real Street to the lanes, please. So Eric McCarthy not able to make the run. Did the burnout, then they had to push him back. Apparently we do have a maybe a little puddle of something out there, but good news is it's contained to a small area. Shouldn't keep us down for long. So Eric McCarthy will stand pat on his earlier 452 to qualify him in the number 10 position. So another brown note gets added to the envelope. Big shout out to Young's Mechanical, Kerry Young. Nice job.
All the Youngs. All the Youngs. Yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Kevin, we're getting one.
So again, the challenge is still out there. What started off as the Hard Knock Stunt Team and their Drift to Gift program, where they'll take people for rides in a drift car for just $40. Well, a lot of our racers appreciated the cause, as Hard Knocks is, well, they're donating their cars, they're donating their time. All proceeds going to BC Children's Hospital. Then it started out with Heather Phillips coming up here and making a $40, just a flat out donation. She didn't even want to go for a ride, but she challenged other racers to do the same. And, well, that has absolutely taken off. So far, we've raised $1,560. Awesome job, people. Absolutely phenomenal. This will be in addition to whatever funds the Hard Knock Stunt Team has raised. And they've been pretty busy down there at the far end of the road course. So this has turned into a really cool, really good thing. So if you were planning to go for a ride along with the Hard Knock Stunt Team, well, you missed your chance. They have shut down. They will be back, however, at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So while they may have shut down operations, we do not have to shut down donations for the BC Children's Hospital. As I just mentioned, so far, we've been able to raise $1,560 due to the generosity of our racers here at Mission. But the challenge still stands. So every racer that has come up here and made a donation has thrown out the challenge to all their fellow racers to do what they can.
Or just after eating some cushy food watching it.
And again, the money continues to roll in. I believe $40, Kevin? All right, add that to $1,560. We're at an even $1,600. So this came from, well, some of our fans upstairs. So there you go. There's fans challenging other fans. Come on and match that money. So I will say that my experience so far with VIP ticket holders, I haven't met anyone who was disappointed in making that purchase or the decision to make that purchase. In fact, it has been very much the opposite. They can enjoy the air conditioning up on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. It includes beverages, it includes dinner and snacks throughout the day. And like I said, the general consensus is people are thrilled with it. So, as mentioned earlier, we are pretty happy to have Lincoln Shirk with us here this weekend. You know, fortunately for him, he managed to escape jail time, had to do a couple years probation. Now, that's not to say that he wasn't guilty as charged. And what was Lincoln's crime? Well, he failed to give up his seat for an old lady on the bus. And the donations continue to roll in. Jim Benke just came up here and dropped off another couple of $20 bills. So I believe that's going to give us a running total of $1,640. So Cade Shirk's car is now sans chin spoiler. That was the part you saw flying around in the air, finally came down in the opposite lane. So interestingly enough, Cade Shirk on that run, best run of the day, goes 4:48 with a 3. And the 3 is followed by a 6. So Cade Shirk tied Bree King to the 10 thou. Bree King is in the number 8 spot. Cade Shirk is in the number 9 spot, and that is based on mile per hour. But they both ran identical 4.4836 runs to the 8th mile. So exactly the same to the 10 thou.
Now that is getting super close. 1 mile an hour, less than 2 miles an hour between the two of them.
And you could say that the mile
That'd
an
make
hour
for a
loss is due to the loss of the chin spoiler.
Would have made for a heck of a drag race in the top end, that's for sure. Good.
It wasn't on?
No.
Yours wasn't on?
No.
Oh.
All right, it's all good. We're gonna go back to racing.
Oh, it's probably turned off at the bottom.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So always look at the screen to figure out what's going on.
Let's do it. Try to open the mic, John.
So my partner in crime up here, Pat, likes to talk into a dead mic, and I like to leave my mic on so you can all hear what everybody else is saying.
Well, that way I can make mistakes and you guys don't hear them. Next pair up, Aiden Katnick going to take on Jeff Whitworth.
Okay, you're good for the pair.
Aiden coming the long journey out of Maple Ridge. Jeff down from Lanceville.
So we've got a Chevrolet-powered Mustang and a Ford-powered Chevy Nova. Who'd have thunk it?
Hey, Ben, you might want to hold him. Jarek was just here with her.
All our lights are lit. Not looking at stellar reaction times. Aiden Katnick getting there first with a 4:39 at 162. Just ahead of Jeff Whitworth. Jeff right behind him with a 4:40. Nice mile an hour, 166 miles an hour.
Absolutely nice side-by-side pair, 39 against a 40. That'll work just about all day long.
Okay, I don't, like, should I tell him that, or?
So best number of the day for Adam Katnick. Jeff Whitworth, who went 440, will stand pat on his earlier numbers, a 433. So Whitworth currently qualified number 4. Top 5 looks like this: Justin Gallant, Tyler Stamler, Chris Gould, Jeff Whitworth, and Matt Dreyer rounding out the top 5. So speaking of Tyler Stamler and Chris Gould, here they are now.
Tyler currently sitting in the number 2 spot. Chris right behind. and number 3. Let's see if either one of these guys can make an improvement and move up the ladder. Must say I like the red on Stamler's truck a lot more than the blue. The red looks really good. All our lights are lit. Chris away first, knocking the tire off at about 80 feet. Stamler lifting a little bit just before the finish line. Still manages to go 435 at 147. Chris slowing down to a 606. And that's going to move neither one of them up the ladder. All right. Coming up the line, going to be our number 1 qualifier, Justin Gallant. Air's probably a little bit better. Let's see if they put a little bit more in it. Well, looked like they were definitely trying to go a little faster. 1027 to the 60 foot. But then the tire said no. Justin rolls through the 528 at 98 miles an hour.
Which is quite all right. He's already got the number 1 spot pretty much wrapped up. Don't think we have anybody left that's going to take that away from him.
That's the advantage sometime of being that number 1 qualifier with a little bit of a margin there. You can throw something at the track and see what it'll take.
So I don't have this officially, but I'm going to say that we are looking at the world's one and only X275 Oldsmobile Cutlass. I could be wrong.
We could put the stipulation of the year and the color in. That's a great looking car.
Now, in all likelihood, I maybe should have stipulated and said 68 Cutlass, because there's probably some G-body Cutlass 275 cars out there, I would have to think. And this thing just might be Oldsmobile powered as well. Now that would be just a whole new level of awesome. It appears it's not happy.
Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead. We're going to pull it into the beams. Lights are up. Away nice and clean. Rolls through with a 527 at 127 miles an hour. That's actually going to move him up the ladder a spot, up into the number 16 spot.
Well, look what we have here. So this car will not be part of X275 qualifying. So just for clarification, Jonathan Day was the last X275 car to go down the track, and he's still in the process of earning his NHRA competition license, and he's not quite completed it yet, so he is not going to be part of the field. So we have a 16-car field. Qualifying is complete. We'll tell you about the ladder in just a little bit. Right now we've got Anthony Katnick in that super cool 68 Dart blown combination. Well, this car wouldn't be legal in X275. It's more of a Pro 275 combination, let's call it. But at this point, he's just doing a little testing and get this thing sorted out.
Nice look at 60 foot, 125, 60 foot. Gonna roll through with a 508 at 144. Car's starting to make some moves in the right direction, getting a little quicker every time. Won't be long before they got a good hold on it.
No doubt. So there we go, qualifying complete for X275. Limited Street coming up now for their final round of qualifying. Following them will be round one of eliminations for Real Street. So things are moving along quite nicely. So with that, we're going to give a standby call to box and no box. Box and no box. This will be your standby call.
First pair up in Limited Street, we're going to have Josh Collins going to take on Chris McGraw. Chris of McGraw Metalworks out of Abbotsford here. Josh making the trip from Calgary in his 86 Mercury. That is a street car. Be a long drive, but I'm sure he could probably do it.
So very cool. I was going to say Fairmont wagon in the left lane, but it's a Mercury. So what's the Mercury version?
I don't know. I know the car version is a Capri.
Zephyr.
There you go. Well, unfortunately, it looks like I jinxed Josh. Leaving some liquid on the starting line. Well, that's going to send Chris down with a single. Chris is going to go through 551 at 131.
So a pretty solid looking pass for Flipper. Chris McGraw and his LS powered Fox body Mustang. So I'm holding the ladder for X275, and it looks like this. Number one qualifier, Justin Gallant, will take on Trevor Kinsey in round number one. Number 8, Bree King will take on number 9, Cade Shirk. Number 4, Jeff Whitworth faces number 13, John Cuglietta. Max Dreyer, our number 5 qualifier, will take on Tyler Levy. And in the bottom half of the ladder, we've got our number 2 qualifier, Tyler Stamler. He's going to line up beside Gary Main. Number 7, Aiden Katnick will take on Eric McCarthy. Number 3 qualifier, Chris Gould will take on number 14, Bob Cook. And number 6, Zach Kane will take on number 11, Justin Collin. So that's what first round of X275 is going to look like. And just a reminder to our real street competitors, there are some rules to this class. You got to dial within 2/10 of your best qualifying number on either side. So you actually have a 4/10 window in which to pick your dial. But again, it must be within 2/10 of your best qualifying effort. And once you have chosen that dial, that is set in concrete. No change in the dial.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. Electronics, non-electronics. We're going to take you down in the lanes. That's electronics, box, and no box. Your turn to head to the lanes. Sorry. Let's just call box. We're going to keep non-electronic on standby, no box on standby. We are going to call box to the lanes.
So moving right along, final round of qualifying for Limited Street, Rocco's Diner, Limited Street. Josh Hendrick and Everett Hoth. Hoth with the better number, 544. Josh Hendrick goes 550. So Josh and Everett are qualified side by side, so to speak. Josh Hendrick in the number 7 spot. Everett Hoth in the number 8 position.
And that's going to bring up the next pair, James Hatfield. Going to take on Sean Martin. James making the trip from Edmonton. Sean coming down from Kelowna with his 82 Pontiac. All lights lit, both the way clean. James going to get there with a 504. That's a great looking pass. Going to have him still in number 5 spot. Next pair up, Vanessa Richards going to take on Matt Robert. Matt running this class on a little tire, normally an 8.5 guy. We're not running 8.5 this weekend, so he's jumped in. Limited Street. Vanessa currently sitting third. And Matt right behind her in fourth. Both cars away clean. Vanessa with a great 60 foot. A good pedal. Matt running a 507, going to get their first 507 with a 4. Vanessa running a 507 with a 5. And that's going to leave both of them in their same spots. Vanessa still third. Matt going to sit in fourth. Safety just out having a quick look. Surface is good. We're going to get ready to send the next pair.
So Brad Thomas over there in the right-hand lane, numero uno. 491. Good enough for the number 1 spot so far. Max Nielsen, tower side, right behind him. Just 1/100th of a second separating the two of them. 491 and 492. Nielsen's pre-stage. He says, I'm ready to go, man. Come on, let's do this. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides. Build a little boost and dump them in there. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Lights up the tires. Brad Thomas produces tire smoke by about the 30-foot mark, and Max Nielsen goes to number 1. How about 489 at a $144? Max Nielsen to the top. Do believe that that is a personal best for Max Nielsen.
Well, looks like Josh managed to get their leak fixed. In his Mercury Zephyr. Top light, bottom. Well, almost sounds like he's having some fuel issues on the way down there. Does not improve. Runs a 664. And that's going to set the field in X275. Sorry, Limited Street, my apologies.
Here comes round number 1 of Monroe Family Real Street. So this is kind of like the return of Real Street. Didn't have Real Street for at least a couple of years. First pair is Josh Klosky and Ian Higginson. Higginson dialed in at 1069. There goes Josh Klosky working on a dial of 1150. So significant reaction time advantage for one of these guys. And I got a feeling it's your winner. Yes, Klosky crossing the finish line with the brake lights clearly illuminated. Goes 1168 at 107.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call. This is final call for box. You should be in the lanes. Final call. Electronic.
Sean Langley and Reese Piccarello out there. Who's going to get it? It is Sean Langley. Got a little bit of room to work with up top. Had a starting line advantage of about 60 thousandths or so. Piccarello comes up on the weak side of the number. Was dialed in at 1028 and goes 1036. So Sean Langley moving on to round number 2 of Monroe Family Real Street. Speaking of the Monroe family, Rob Monroe Jr. out there in the right-hand lane, driving Dad's old 31 Model A. Both drivers clean and green. Monroe doing the chasing. Houston's trying to stay out front. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Rob Monroe gets there first by 20 thousandths. Crosses the finish line, one above the 873 dial. Terry Houston's had the starting line advantage, but comes up 1203 on the 1198 dial. So Rob Monroe Jr. going around number 2 of Monroe Family Real Street. So we have made the absolute final call for electronics. You guys should be in the staging lanes. No E or no box. You're still on standby, but your call coming up momentarily.
Jason Graw taking on Claudine Chuck. One side with a fairly significant lead off, and he's going to carry that right through. Jason Graw with the win. A 1081 on his 1075 dial.
Hey, listen up out there. Non-electronics, you are no longer on standby, as this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take non-electronics, no box, to the lanes, please. No box, this is your call to the staging lanes, and we'll give a standby call to triple index.
Bob Yehler's getting around Ryan Ledre, running a 56 on his 34 on the brakes, I guess, at the top end.
Yeah, a little bit of difference between those two reaction times. Bobby Ayler's making some real estate for himself up there at the top end. That's how it's done. And here comes Box. And with that, Pat, I'm going to leave it up to you for a little while and go get ready to run triple index.
Thanks, John. There we go. First pair up at box. We're going to have Ted Buss taking on Jeremy Soares. Roadster taking on the Dragster. Jeremy dialing in with a 465. Ted's put a 564 up on the boards. Both cars working their way into the beams. Jeremy with a 007 light. And that's going to carry on to a win, a 465 on his 465 dial. Ted with a good light. Right there with the number, just a little slower off the line. Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford going to take on Craig Johnson. Greg going to be a little bit patient here. Craig dialing in with a 658. Greg with a 507 on the boards. Both drivers pre-staged. Greg with a little bit of an advantage off the line. Let's see what we end up with. Oh, breaks out. That's going to hand the victory over to Craig Johnson. Craig running a 659 on his 58 dial. And Greg going a little quicker than his 507, a 506 with a 6. Unfortunately, that's going to end his day in round one. Next pair up, Gord Hidber. Gonna take on Emma Debris. Gord dialed in at a 593, Emma with a 535 on the board. Gord taking the win there. Running a 605 on his 93. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, no box. No box, you should be in the lanes. Final call. Gone, taking on Al Quigley. Mark with a nice starting line advantage. Al's going to overcome that, come around 431 on his 425 dial. Sorry, 424 dial. Mark, unfortunately, breaking out. Mike Stewart, better known as Bucky out of Langley. He's going to be tower side, taking on Brody Soares. Bucky dialed in at a 641. Brody with a 496 on the boards. Four bulbs lit. Bucky away. Gonna turn this one red. Bucky going 001 red. Handing the win over to Brody. That's going to bring up Lincoln Rutherford on a single. Lincoln dialed a 608. 11 on the tree. And he's going to run a 606 with a 9. Perfect time to do that when you're on a single. And now that's going to bring up Dan Piskacek, taking on Jeff Whitworth. Dan dialed in at an 870. And Jeff running a 597. First pair up in no box. Jeff making some room for himself on the starting line with his light. Gonna have definitely on the brakes a 652 on his 97 dial. Dan running 940 on his 870. That's gonna move Jeff into the next round. Gord Baxter gonna take on Chris Stone. Gord dialed in at a 544. Chris Stone dialed in with a 640. And over before it started, Chris with a nice 19 light on the tree runs a 42 on his 40. Gord Baxter leaving a trip zip 0 with a 9 thousandths on the wrong side of the green light. And Chris Stone moving on to round 2. Eric Hansen, Dustin Hunter. Eric from North Vancouver, Dustin coming from Chilliwack. The 64 Falcon dialed in at a 575. Eric's got his dirt dialed in at a 764. Eric with about a 10th advantage off the tree. And he's gonna get there first, 765 on a 64 dial. Looking like he's on the brakes a little bit, slowing down. Dustin run a 76 on a 75, but a little late on the tree. And that was pretty much the margin of victory. Rob Hodgson, Lorenz Schwartz. Rob's dialed in with a 669, Lorenz with a 643. All 4 lights lit. Lorenz with a slight advantage off the tree. Looks to be carrying that through. Runs a 48 on his 43 dial. Rob Hodgson, 675. And that's going to move on Lorenz. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index. This is your call to the lanes. Triple index. Come on down. Nick Barnhart going to take on Andy Klosky. Andy in the strip tees, dialed in with a 616. Andy with a big advantage off the tree. Let's see if he holds it through. And he's gonna. Andy going through a 623 on his 16. Nick running a 91 on his 90, but just a little late off the tree. Handing it over to Andy. Matt Warner going to take on Mal Patterson. These guys both like to hang the front wheels in the air. Matt's dialed in with a 58, 658. Mal dials in with a 654. Almost a heads-up race. One of them with a big advantage off the starting line. Mal going to have quite a bit of real estate to work with there. Runs a 656 at 104. And that's going to move him through to round 2. Matt Warner running a 657 on his 58 dial. Broke out. Craig Johnson taking on Jessica Armstrong. Jessica dialing in 847. Craig with a 660. Well, this one's over nice and early for Craig. Jessica taking the red. Craig gonna run a 55 on his 60. And that's gonna bring an end to round 1 of electronics. Shay Svetic making a test pass in her front engine dragster. I think they got their throttle issue figured out. Yep, she's got a gas pedal. Nice number to the 60, a 124 60 foot. And she'll run through with a 933 at 108 miles an hour. Moving on in to triple index. First up, going to be Jan Christensen. Jan with the bye this round. Jan's picked the 550 index. Going to try his run as close as he can to the 550 without going under. The advantage of having a bye, you can run it out the back door, see what it's going to do, even if you run a little quick. Four lights lit. 74 on the tree. Running a 551 on his 50 index, 126 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to the lanes, please. Top comp, head on down. Pro Mod, we're going to put you guys on standby. We're also going to throw Top Fuel Harleys in there on standby. Tyler Smith taking on John Quebec. Neither one with a stellar light for themselves. Both running quick. Tyler running a 48 on a 750 index. John getting there a little early, 739 on his 50 breaking out. That's going to move Tyler on to round 2. Robin Rowe Jr. taking on Sean Langley. Rob running on the 550 index. Sean gonna choose the 750 index. Sean turns it red. Double 0-1 on the red side. Rob running a 550 with a 7 at 125. And that's gonna move him on to round number 2. That's going to bring an end to Triple Index. Next round, Triple Index, we're going to see Jan Christensen taking on Rob Monroe. And Tyler Smith's got himself a bye through to the final. Just going to be a couple of minutes here while we wait for our top comp competitors to head on down to the lanes. Actually, not bad timing because that sun this time of the evening can be a bit of an issue. Well, looks like all of our top comp competitors are staging up in the back of the lanes. Okay, sounds like we're bringing our first pair of top comp around. Paul Freeborn going to take on Jay Severson. Poe dialed in at a 428. Jay's got a 486 set up on the boards. Poe Freeborn first weekend out in his new to him car. Decided to join the ranks top comp. It's far enough over now that the far lane's looking the other way, so you should be okay. Drivers in. And over right away. Jay Severson with a 25 on the tree, 489 on his 86 dial. Poe going a bunch red, running a 448 on his 428 dial. That'll move Jay on to round 2. Mike Kenworthy going to take on Jeevan Brar. Mike dials the 92 Firebird in at 523. Jeevan with a 16 undercover dragster dialed in at a 5 flat. All 4 lights lit. Mike with a bit of an advantage off the line. And he's going to hold that, running a 25 on his 23 dial. Jeevan running a 504 on his 5 flat. And that's going to move Mike on to round 2. Lincoln Shirk going to take on Emma Debris. 2 recent grads out of our junior dragster program. Lincoln dialed in at a 485. Emma's got a 534 up on the boards. Lincoln with a bit of an advantage off the line. And he's going to carry that through, runs an 86 on his 85 dial. Emma right there, a 535 on her 34. Advantage on the starting line. Lincoln moving on to round 2. Jeremy Soar is going to take on Greg Dowdy, pair of dragsters. Jeremy with a 465 on the boards. Greg running a 506. Yeah. Both drivers pre-stage. Greg going to leave the starting line first. Jeremy with a much better light. Let's see if he can hold it. Jeremy runs a 66 on his 65. 006 on the green side. Greg with a good number. Running a 506 with a 7 on his 506 dial. That one was basically one on the starting line. Jeremy moving on to round 2.
This is your last car there, Thomas, and then you guys are good to prep the How much time do you need?
Derek Shirk running out of Langley, and his 22 Mullis Dregs are getting the single. Moving on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Promod, Top Fuel, this is your call to the lanes. Promod, Top Fuel Harley, come on down. 275 and Limited Street, you guys are on standby. Again, Promod, Top Fuel Harley, make your way to the lanes. 275, you guys are on standby. Limited Street, you're on standby as well. Derek running a 438 on his 35 dial. Be looking to tighten that a little bit up in round number 2. All right, that's going to give us a few minutes here while we do some prep work for the Pro Mods. Perfect time to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Pick up a late dinner or an early evening snack. Pro Shop's got the event merch on sale in there. Great looking shirt this year.
I'd say take your time prepping there, Thomas, because we're going to probably have to wait for the sun for these Pro Mod guys anyways. They're a little bit faster.
We're going to be about 15 minutes here, so we're just waiting for the sun. You know, it's kind of funny. You wait for the sun all day long, and then it shows up, and now you got to put things on hold for a few minutes for the sun while we wait for it to clear. Just a little too hard for the drivers, the speeds they're going to see down track, so we just put it on hold for a little bit, let the sun move a little bit off further into the west, and we'll be back to race in about 15 minutes. right, everybody, you're going to want to head back to the stands. Take your seats along the fence. Well, we got one more lap with the rotator up and down the track, and then we're going to bring you Pro Modified. Followed right in behind that. Perfect time of the night for a round of Top Fuel Harley. Thanks to everybody out in the stands for sticking around. All right, folks, here we go. Let's go Pro Modified Racing. Pro round 1 of eliminations. And it looks like we're going to start off with a pair of blue Corvettes. Nick Duda gonna take on Jet. Jake's so Kylis. Man, I need a nap.
Well, I think what Pat was trying to say was we got Nick Duda coming up here in the left lane against Jake Skosilas in that newer Corvette over there in the right lane. So you got a 63 Corvette, blue in color in the left lane, and a 2017 Corvette, blue in color in the right lane.
Nick running a little small block Chevrolet twin turbo. Jake running a whole lot more motor.
Nick Duda, our number 4 qualifier, with a 384. Jake Skosilas with a 396 in the number 5 spot.
Number 4, Nick, taking on number 5, Jake. Both cars qualified right in the middle of the pack. Jake is over before it starts. Jake going 10th thou red. Nick Duda running a 384, 199 miles an hour. That's going to move him on to round number 2. Jake running a 413 at 181, but unfortunately turning the tree red by 10th thou. That's going to bring up a great pairing in round 2. Eric Halverson having the bye through round 1, going to take on Nick in round 2. Mike Gonziola going to take on Rick Barnhart. Mike in his 2017 Corvette, 959 cubic inches, nitrous powered. Going to take on the twin turbo of Rick Barnhart. Look for the big nitrous flames coming out of Mike's car. The Advantage running a little later at night. The big bullhorn's going to throw out the big blue flames.
So 2 very different combinations here. Rick Barnhart with the twin turbo big block power over there in the right lane. Mike Gonziola with the big old 959 cubic inch nitrous motor here in the left lane.
Gonziola still kind of farting and a popping, but it's getting it done. 381. Left side wind light on. Despite the car sounding like it's not all there, pretty impressive numbers. 197 miles an hour. Had a small starting line advantage. They were pretty much even. Barnhart in the right-hand lane. Matches his best qualifying effort, actually. 4:05 at 187. So Gonziola coming back for round number 2. Now Scott Blake and Dale Peterson. Peterson will be in the right lane. Peterson out of Dawson Creek, BC. '69 Camaros, both sides of the racetrack. So once again, we have nitrous versus turbo. Scott Blake, left side. So Gonziola with a 959 cubic inch power plant, and well, his is the second biggest on the property. Scott Blake, not sure of the exact number, but approaching 1,000 cubic inches between the frame rails of that '69 Camaro you see in the left lane. So Blake, our number 2 qualifier. Scott Blake bumps in. So Dale Peterson with a nice starting line advantage, but it did not result in what he was after, and that would have been the win light. Scott Blake was late leaving, but then he was trucking. How about 950 to the 60 foot, and at the finish line, 376, 198 miles an hour for Scott Blake in the left lane. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. This is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, come on down for round number 1. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Outlaw 275, come on down. We'll get you paired up as you arrive. Limited street, hold off for now. You are on standby, but be ready to flick the switch. Eric Halverson, our number 1 qualifier, earned himself the bye through 3 rounds of qualifying. And here we are in round number 1. Halverson, so far, quickest car on the property, has been 370. Eric Halverson out of Chehalis, Washington. 2017, 2018 Corvette. Certainly somewhere around there would be my guess. Screw blown Hemi. 122 to the 60 foot and 369. 202 miles an hour. Eric Halverson just continues to chop away at it. Nice looking lap right there. 0.922 to the 60 foot, 247 with a 2 to 330 feet. And again, at the finish line, 369, 202. So that sets up our semifinal. Down to 4 cars, and it's going to look like this. It's going to be Eric Halverson, who we just saw, take on Nick Duda. So the screw-blown Hemi taking on the small block Chevy. Scott Blake and Mike Gonziola. So between the two of them, it'll be over 1,950 cubic inches when they show up and line up side by side. Nitrous versus nitrous. Cool pairing right there. Both pairings are going to be what you don't want to miss. So here we are, and it's time for a little Top Fuel Harley action. Once again, I've got Bill Dixon up in the tower with me. So how you doing, Bill?
Good, John. Thank you. It looks like we've got Dana Meeks up for his 5th licensing pass, and he tells me if everything's good, he's going to run it right to the quarter mile and get a good number out of this one.
Very cool. We're going to start off with a licensing pass. We will then roll into the 3rd and final round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harley Davidsons.
Well, while we're waiting here, the Western Canada Top Fuel Nitro Bike Series wants to thank Rad Torque Systems, Big Kids Racing, Comox Valley Excavating, Mission Raceway System or Park, and Clearwater Spirits for all the help and sponsorship they've had with us over the years.
No, they've been a great show so far. Well, not just this year, but continue to be a great show this year. Well, and very, very cool to see 6 bikes on the property.
Yeah, they've always claimed that Mission Raceway Park is the home of the Western Canada Nitro Bike Series since 2017. And it sounds like we're getting ready to fire Dana's bike up.
So we do have a little spattering of fans in the stands. I want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. I'm sure we've got plenty tuned in watching on the live stream. Thank you for joining us. So Dana Meeks has the bike fired, rolling into the water.
Dana's very close to re-licensing. He raced for years in the NHRA when they had their Top Fuel series. And I'm not sure what else he raced in, but he's also a world speed record holder in downhill speed skiing.
Well, that probably did not go as planned, to say the very least. The front wheel was up in the air, then back down, back up, back down a number of times.
Yeah, he was on and off the throttle, but unfortunately, that's not going to get him his license tonight. He's got tomorrow to get it, so then he hopefully he'll come back up and race with the Western Canada Nitro bikes for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and possibly come back for the season ender. The what's the one in October, Kevin? Or at the end of September?
West Coast Outlaw Shootout.
There you go, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout.
No, we're looking forward to seeing more of Dana Meeks, no doubt. Like you said, unfortunate he wasn't able to complete the license renewal process.
And it looks like Ron Billett is going to do a single again.
So here we go, Ron Billett. Billett over from the island, calls Nanaimo home. We're still kind of in the process of sorting the bike out.
He's close. He's very close. So far, so good. Looks like a way better run. But then again, looks like it shut off again about 1,000 feet. But straight.
Numbers at 1,000 feet, 633, 177. Ultimately put 763 up on the reader board, 162 miles an hour. But as you said, getting very close. Continues to creep up on it.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Jim Schellenberger, Rip It Up Racing, in the right lane against Austin Christopher from Fast Lane Racing in the left lane here. This should be a good one. I know Austin wants to keep the #1 qualifier, so I'm sure that this time of the night we're going to see some nice header flames.
Rip It Up Racing, lining up beside Fast Lane Racing. Jim Schellenberg for Rip It Up in the right lane. Currently sits number 3 on the qualifying sheet. As Bill mentioned, Austin Christopher way up at the top. Number 1 qualifier so far. But by the tiniest of margins. Should point that out.
It's not very far between them, is it, John?
0.003 of a second. That's way, way less than the blink of an eye.
Conditions again are spectacular here tonight, so we could see some good numbers out of anybody. Here we go.
Oh yeah, baby. 6:29, 215 miles an hour. Austin Christopher further cements his position as the number 1 qualifier.
It was a good race. Jimmy was right there with him right up to about 1,000 feet, and then Austin was just walking away from him. But 6:24, did you say? I can't read.
6:29.
6:29. That's a spectacular jump. So
Yes, and
we'll see what the next 2 pair have. We got the big kids coming up. Pete Waugh in the right lane, and Nate Gagnon in the left lane. So
Austin Christopher on that run was doing 211 miles an hour at the 1,000 foot. And picked up only 4 mile an hour to go 215 at the finish line. So clearly not making all the steam anymore on that run, despite going 6:29 and lowering the bar for the number 1 position.
but then again, you've got Ron Haune, the crew chief, owner, tuner, master engineer of that Nitro V60, and I'm sure he's got more data to play with.
Oh, 100%. So here we go. A couple of big kids racing bikes.
A couple more Nitro V60s.
So Nate Gagnon in the left lane, Pete Waugh in the right lane. Both Islanders. Tonight might not be what you think. Nate from Qualicum. Pete Waugh is actually from Gabriola Island.
No, Pete just told me he has moved back to Nanaimo. He's based out of there again now, so he's real close to Nate and the headquarters of Big Kids Racing. So they're all back together in the same area.
All good to hear. Oh yeah.
31.
So almost side by side, 2 full pulls. Nate runs a better number, improves on his earlier efforts, goes 6.30 at 215 miles an hour. Pete Waugh was 692 at 165. So Waugh looked like the flames stopped. I'm going to say right around the 1,000 foot, maybe a little beyond that. But Nate Gagnon with a full pull in the left lane.
Yeah, they were both right there all the way. That 30 is looks like the same run he did on Tuesday or Thursday night here at the Test and Two, and so he told me he was shooting for a 20, and you never know, tomorrow it might come. Now we've got Damian Cowden in the left lane setting up his bike, so we got one more to go here.
And while no doubt about it, any top fuel Harley is cool. And just that much cooler at night when you can see the flames. But when it's Damian Cowden.
Yeah, when you've got the standard V-twin Nitro Harley where both pipes come out the bottom on the right side, but then you've got Damian's. Like
Yes.
you said, they come out and said he's the gunslinger.
Yes, sirree.
And just the sound of that bike is nothing compared to a naturally aspirated.
Damian Cowden for Parker Johnson, Maxim Insurance, making an estimated 1,500 horsepower. A screw-blown Nitro Harley. Oh yeah, check this out. Yeah, baby. How about 633, 225 miles per hour?
Wow is right. That was unbelievable. Those wicks were lit the whole 1,320 feet, John. What a sight to see. He moves up to number 3 at unbelievable. That was cool.
So Damian Cowden puts himself in the number 3 qualifying position with that run. Again, 633 and big mile an hour, 225. Nice looking run was 109 to the 60-foot number, or to the 60-foot mark, rather.
Yeah, he'll have fun playing with that tomorrow again. So the eliminations should start around noon for these guys.
So I want to say congrats to all the Top Fuel Harley guys and teams. Great job putting on a great show here in the dark. Just dark enough to make the header flames,
Just
unmistakably
enough.
stick out.
Yeah, and hopefully the people that are here saw that, and we'll talk about it for days and bring more people out to the venue. So, anyways, John, thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and I hope to be back for the Friday night of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder.
So you're not here tomorrow? Is that what I understand?
No, I'm taking a day off. I'm just out here. I wasn't even going to come today, but yesterday got rained out, so I thought I'd come by and
Gotcha.
say hello to the guys.
Well, glad you came. It was a pleasure working with you.
It's a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun being up here. And like I said, I'll probably be back for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Friday night for the qualifying. So if you'll have me back up here, I'd like to come back up.
Well, you're welcome anytime, Bill.
Right on. Thank you, John. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, Johnny.
So we prepare the surface for the radial cars. As we are rolling into round 1 of not only Outlaw 275, but Limited Street. And then following that will be Real Street. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. Come on down, Limited Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Limited Street. And of course, X275 guys will be looking forward to you being paired up and moving forward.